All right, everyone, you should be able to hear me now. Sorry, on YouTube. What's up on YouTube? I am, because of the Jordan Peterson debate that just dropped on Jubilee, me versus Jordan Peterson, I decided I'd be doing a different type of debate for today. I'm going to be live for around 4 hours, so not as long as normal. But today is going to be a little bit different than normal. We're going to be doing a God debate. We're going to be debating people who are Christians, who believe that God exists. Is this AI? No, is that AI? Oh, it actually might be AI, I think. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a while since this background has been a thing. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Is YouTube working? Does everyone hear me on YouTube? Does everyone hear me on YouTube? Alrighty. We're going to start getting some debates up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do believe the Christian God exists. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here very soon. I've been experiencing a lot of lag here on TikTok, so I would recommend to go over to YouTube. And also, I just want to say, Jubilee did change the title of the Jordan Peterson video. It was 1 Christian versus 25 atheists, and now it's Jordan Peterson versus 25 atheists because they got a lot of backlash for Jordan Peterson not really being a Christian. So that was really funny. That was really funny. What's up, everyone, though? What's good? What's good? Only send a guest request if you do believe the Christian God exists. We are just going to look for some debates. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, I would really appreciate it. Today, we're doing this because the Jubilee debate against Jordan Peterson dropped. I don't know if I can react to it on stream. I wish I could, but we will be back to politics tomorrow, of course. But we're going to get some debates up here right now. Only send a guest request if you're Christian and you want to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Are you Christian?
I am.
Okay. Why so?
Well, I mean, just as far as just Christian God, period. I would say, I believe in the Bible. I believe that there. I mean, how deep are you wanting to get into? I mean, Jesus and resurrection, or are you just wanting to just talk about God Himself?
No, I'm just saying, like, do you have any evidence the Christian God exists?
Like, well, I mean, I don't. I mean, anthropologically, the Bible has never. There's been no anthropological evidence to disprove the Bible.
Well, plenty of things in the Bible have been disproven from that basis.
Not anthropologically, but I mean, people can say biologically because people understand biology different than when men wrote the Bible back then. Like chewing the cud. What is it like? One of the animals that don't chew the cud didn't have a second stomach, but he did throw up and re-ate it. So it was just understood differently. But as far as just in believing a God exists, I just think that you have a hard time looking around and not understanding that the intelligent design thought process. I know for there to be a design, there must be a designer. Where do you get your moral? Where do people get their moral stance from?
Okay, two different arguments there, right? Where you get your moral stance from is a separate argument from the intelligent design argument. I would love to respond to the intelligent design argument because I don't think that this is a good argument. Because one, you are assuming that the existence we're in was designed, right? We don't know what came prior to the Big Bang. We have no clue. And you assuming that it's going to be your specific God, right, wouldn't be any more true than any other claim of any other God out there, right? Based upon intelligent design, right? And even if we were to say that things require a cause, that cause doesn't have to be a creator type being. It could be a naturalistic type cause.
Well, I mean, is there another claim of a God that I think even most religions believe? Most religions coincide on the God creation idea. I don't think there's really many that I can't think of one that really contradicts God as a creator. Now we can debating which God, how that God exists in application. That's a different story. But just the fact of a God creator, I think is pretty common amongst all religions.
Yeah, and there just being a creator doesn't justify God's existence, right? In terms of the Christian God, because that could be a deist notion of God, right?
Right,
And it could be any of the other theistic notions of God under any other religion as well, right? Any of the infinite possible hypotheticals of different types of gods. It could be Pesus, right? That's logically possible. It could be Pesus that created the universe. It could be Stewie Griffin, right? Who created the universe through a temporal loop. Stewie's actually a real person. Did you know that? Like that's logically possible within that same sense. So if we're going to compare it within that sense, that's not a good enough explanation for us.
I guess
I don't think that's good enough to accept. We need more evidence than that, even if that were true. But also, it could be a naturalistic cause, right?
Right.
If we walk around the idea that it could be a naturalistic cause, and we say that it has to be some sort of creator type being, I think that's a little bit disingenuous.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and let's maybe change the argument a little bit. If we talk about what may, if we presuppose, I mean, do you mind going with the hypothetical that there is a creator God, and why I would argue for the Christian God?
Yeah, I mean, you can do both. I'm saying what specific evidence you have for a Christian God. I don't think the evidence is good for there even being like a creator type God in the first place, right? But even if I were to accept that for this argument, just to be able to hear you out, right? Like that's
and I'm sure.
Like, I don't think you'll be able to give evidence for the Christian God in specific either.
Well, I mean, you study. I mean, obviously, you do this a lot. I mean, you've talked about this a lot, and I mean, Charlie Kirk's much smarter than I am, I'm sure, about it. But just from apologetics and studying the Christian apologetics, I mean, just the resurrection is would be the biggest thing, and the fact that Jesus is notably a real person that did exist. Now he was a real person that did exist. That's not really debate. I mean, some people debate it, but I don't think smart people debate it.
I don't debate that.
Right. So if we believe and if he did say that if he claimed some people say, well, he claimed to be God. Some people say he claimed to be a good person, but he wasn't God. Well, he was either the whole theory. He was either a liar, a lunatic, or real. He was either lying that he claimed to be God and wasn't. He was a lunatic that he thought he was, and it really isn't, or he really was. So that's just one thought process there.
What's the issue with accepting any of those conditions?
Well, I would say that the fact that
he could be a liar, he could be just wrong. There are plenty of people throughout history that have claimed to be God or claimed divinity, right? And even if I were to accept the idea that he claimed to be God,
right? But a lot of these different people from different beliefs all admit that he was a good person. My argument there is, if he was a good person, he can't be a liar or a lunatic. Why would he be a liar?
That's just not true. And also, like, I mean, I don't really know enough about him to say whether or not he was a good person.
Right. But so like, I mean, So like even,
but like in a general sense, there are some good things that he advocated for.
Right. No, I can understand that. So I mean, the liar, the lunatic, I think what was his? I can't think of his name. The one that the Christian philosopher that posed that theory. I forget. But the other part was about the resurrection. Is you have these people that went to their death claiming they saw the resurrection. They went to their death. A multitude of people, a group of people. I mean, so either. What claim is there that who goes to their death saying something that they know isn't true, or they claim they saw it up to the point of their I mean, some of them even crucified themselves. Some of them were crucified while maintaining.
You're not talking about, if you're talking about resurrection, there are plenty of people who have martyred for things that you think are false.
Right. No, of course, but
okay. Well then that doesn't justify the claim for resurrection. I don't think there's good historical basis for resurrection.
Right.
If there's not good historical basis for resurrection, there's not really other good accounts historically to justify Christianity.
Well, I guess the difference in some martyrdom though would be that they died really believing in their cause. That would be, I mean, and just say that it was or wasn't a good cause. I mean, in this theory, it wasn't. They died for a bad cause. The disciples and the apostles, I mean, from the Christian side, would think that they're dying for a good cause, and it's a group of people doing it in a mass hallucination in a medical sense does not really a single mass hallucination doesn't really exist. I mean, individuals can have different.
You say 500 people. There's no individual accounts of the 500 people that you're referencing. It's a claim of 500 people. If I claimed 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe the floating pig?
Well, no. I mean, of course, we're going off the historical documents, even outside of the Bible.
Okay. So just because there's a claim that 500 people saw some supernatural occurrence doesn't mean that happened, right? You need individual occurrences in order for you to give any level of like reason to even concern that. Right.
And I don't know the documents. I don't know the documents off the top of my head, but I know there are historical documents that more than the Bible that back up some of their claims. I mean, of course, that Jesus existed, and of course that people post Jesus's crucifixion, I mean, believed that he was resurrected, even if. I mean, I guess we could say there was a mass hallucination of it, but there's no medical sense that makes of that. Of
mass hallucination. Mass hallucination of who? Who saw
of Jesus? Of Jesus' resurrection.
Who was the first person experience of Jesus' resurrection?
Well, I mean, I can only go off the Bible. I mean, it would have been Mary that first saw him, according to the Bible.
A first person account?
Oh no, I'm saying that Mary
that she wrote down. Or that was written down?
So probably the first person account. Well, no, we have no first person account that wrote it. No. Yeah, no, I would agree. At least not in the Bible. I mean, I don't know. There may be other historical documents not in the Bible though.
Okay.
To that point,
I have a question. So, would you accept like Prophet Muhammad's experience with Angel Gabriel?
I mean, I would accept that he had an experience.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, based on, I accept that Joseph Smith probably had an experience, but I also know that, you know who Joseph Smith is, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would accept that they all had an experience. However, the scripture also states that the devil would come as an angel of light, seeking to deceive people.
That's why I asked you that question. So, how do you know that Jesus wasn't the devil?
You don't. I mean,
if Jesus did resurrect, how do you know that he wasn't the devil, just trying to masquerade, right, as a angel of light?
I mean, other than having the Old Testament that pointed towards him. I mean, you have the Old Testament that pointed forward, and you have the New Testament confirming it in many ways.
Do you accept the Old Testament?
I accept the Old Testament as background, yes. I don't accept, but
not as morality. Not in morality.
Well, for the time of the day, then yes. So Levitical priests.
So you think that those things were applicable back then?
Yeah, there's a different covenant. There was a different covenant. It was the Levitical priests lived under a different law.
Oh, but like you think that moral law should have been applied back then?
Well, I mean, I don't think it either should or shouldn't. I mean, it's just the way it.
You don't believe it should or shouldn't? Really?
I accept it the way it was. I mean,
what do you mean you accept it? Like so it should be that way?
I mean, I accept that it was that way.
Does God always do good?
Do I think God always? I know where you're going, so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to make sure I answer this correctly. I think God is good. I think in the absence of good, in the absence of doing what is right, is inherently bad. and it's inherently evil. It's the absence of God is evil, not so. Yeah, see, I mean, go ahead. I'll let you get to your point.
The absence of God is evil. Okay, so it's evil for God to not be everywhere. Is that what you're saying?
I believe God is. I believe he's omnipresent. I believe
if God becomes absent within any aspect of life, would that be bad?
Say that again.
If God himself chose to not be absent in a certain aspect of life, would that be bad?
If he chose to be absent, I mean, we would view it as bad. He would view. I mean, I'm sure he would have a different view of it.
So everything he does is good, correct?
I believe he is good. I mean,
so
I don't believe. I don't believe.
Can he do anything that's bad?
I don't believe everything that happens is good. Of course not.
Can he do anything that's bad?
I would say no.
No. So everything he does is good.
I mean, yes. I would say yes. I mean, and I know some of those counts you're thinking. I'm sure that you're thinking of. But go ahead.
So if he claims something, right, as the morality of the time, that's how it should be.
Say that again.
Sorry, I read something and I got caught off guard.
That's okay.
What did I just say? I apologize. I read something else.
If he done something of the morality of the time, it was good or something like that.
Bro, I read something and I just completely disassociated on what I was saying.
No, you're good. I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, we were talking about whether or not everything God does is good, and whether or not if he's absent of somewhere, is he good? And I said, I would say no. I would say yes. God is
everything
good
he does is good. So if he claims something about morality, that means it's good, right? That means it's how it should be.
If he claimed at least
let me just ask you a
specific day and time. Yeah.
Hold on, Chris,
go ahead.
Let me just ask you a specific question.
Go ahead.
Do you think when God commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek, that was bad?
I mean, I would have to be consistent. I would have to say no. And I don't remember I remember the Amalekite. I remember the story of it. I don't remember the details around it. I mean, I know there's several times he ordered the slaughtering of whole nations and said, "Don't keep any of them." Is that the one where he said, "Don't keep any alive. Don't keep the children. Don't keep the women. Take nothing but the animals and their goods or whatever." Is that the one?
Well, there's a few points. The fact that you don't know which point it is tells you it's very prevalent within the Bible. So is that what you think is good morality?
I mean,
because we can also look at numbers where, like, it literally tells you to take the virgin. It told them to take the virgin girls for themselves after they killed their families. Right.
The only way I can be consistent there, I mean, it would be special pleading and say his good is his way, his thoughts are above our thoughts, and I know that's special pleading, but I don't have a good answer for that outside of special pleading. That his ways are. I mean, we don't understand why he did that, but to believe he's good, but to believe that he's good, and also believe what he done was good at that time is just to say, well, we don't know why. I guess it's like trying to understand that there's an ultimate good and why our government does things today, but yet we still try to have faith that it's good whether we understand it or not. I guess that's
so it's above our understanding to say that slavery and genocide is acceptable. You think that it's actually acceptable and we just can't identify that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, no. I mean, obviously, I don't think slavery and genocide is accept. I don't think slavery and genocide.
That's what the Bible has in it. That's what God commanded.
Yeah, but our version of slavery and what the Bible calls slavery is also different. It's defined differently as well. It wasn't chattel slavery the same way we viewed it today in America.
Yes, it is.
It was more. It wasn't, but it was more of a servant. It was more of a servant thing, but not as much of a.
You're referencing for the Israelites. For the Israelites, it's indentured servitude, which is still bad, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But for people who are not Israelites, who are from other countries around them, right, they could own them, right, as property for life and pass them down to their children as inherited property for life.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at that scripture specifically. I know that was one you brought up to Charlie Kirk as well. So, I haven't looked at that scripture to understand exactly what that was. I mean, it would just be, yeah. I mean, to be consistent. I mean, it's hard to be consistent.
Is there any context that justifies that ever? God's talking about like slaughtering infants and enslaving people. Is there context in which justifies that? What research do you need to do to say that's morally wrong?
I guess just believing in a God that's good. When you don't understand why.
Does that really in your head? Do you think that's good? Really?
No, I mean, of course not. I don't.
Of course not. Okay, so if you of course not, then obviously you don't get your basis for morality from the book, because the book says that. That's what the book says. Okay.
Yeah, but
you don't get it from God, because that's what God's morality is.
I mean, we have to also think of it in the time that it was in, and for whatever reason they did it. I don't know why, but I mean, when we were in Iraq, I mean, there was collateral damage that happened. There's collateral damage that killed people that it wasn't intended for too.
Yeah, innocent people dying is always wrong.
No, I agree, but I guess is there in a time of war, is there an accepted level of collateral damage?
Is God causing collateral damage when he calls for the slaughtering of the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek? He specifies them. Hell, he even said the sheep and the ox.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
he said slaughter every single one of them. Okay. He didn't say specifically target military. He said slaughter the men, the women, the children, and the infants.
Right. I agree there's a problem there that I can't answer. But can you say whether or not you think there's an acceptable level of collateral damage in a time of war, even though that's not.
We're not talking about collateral damage. Stop. I don't want you to frame the conversation as collateral damage, because this is not collateral damage. It's explicitly calling for the intentional killing of the infants. It's not collateral.
I accepted that though, Bart.
Noah's Ark, was that collateral damage when he slaughtered everyone on the planet? Is that collateral damage? No, that was intentional. God's all-knowing, all-powerful, all good. God has the ability to create conditions in which there would be zero collateral damage. If you're an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good being, collateral damage would never be acceptable. Absolutely, right? At least I could get you to agree with that damn point, right?
Yeah. Like I said, I accept that, and I accept that that's a problem that's a problem with my framework that I have to figure out. But I was saying, as a side note, on the other side, do you accept that there is an accepted level of collateral damage in a time of war as a totally separate scenario?
I'm skeptical of like collateral damage in war.
Understood.
But so yeah, I don't really have foreign views on stuff like that. I don't.
Gotcha.
I typically just don't. I have a intuition against innocent people dying.
Understood. Yeah, of course.
But I do think that's just totally irrelevant conversation to like.
No, I agree. That was a squirrel side note. Yeah, that was a squirrel side note.
I understand. I understand. But what you're bringing up in that context also would be, if people were justifying that, would be the fact that we're not all knowing, all powerful, and we don't have the conditions to limit that from happening.
Correct.
Thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But if you did have the conditions to limit that from happening, you would clearly say it's wrong, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, God has that ability.
I guess I would say in some way, that's like saying God has the ability to stop someone from being raped or essayed. So if someone,
that's a pretty damn good point.
Right. So if he has the ability to stop
it, he should totally stop that from happening.
Right. So I believe, based on the framework of Christianity, there's ways he's limited him, even himself. He limits himself. I guess it'd be in some ways, I have the ability to to imprison. I have the ability. I have the physical ability to imprison my 22-year-old and not allow her out of the house and never do anything to keep her from being assaulted.
She didn't do it. So if you had the ability to limit all rapists from raping, would you do it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, God has that ability. Why doesn't he do it?
Well, for the same reason I wouldn't imprison my daughter in my home just to keep her from being assaulted possibly one day.
Hey, Chris, I just want to let you know, God's all-knowing, all-powerful. God could snap his finger and every rapist would die on the planet.
But he gave us free will.
Okay, so you're saying free will. Okay, well, do you think people should have the free will to be able to, like, murder people? No, you think they should be put in prison. Right? So why do you believe that free will should go to those extents?
I think people should have the free will that they're in when they commit, when we see what's really in there.
Yeah, you have the free will within acceptable margins. That's what laws are. Okay, free will within acceptable margins. Okay,
well, but
you don't think you should? Do you think people should have the free will by law to, like, murder children? No, they should be put in fucking prison. Okay,
no, but
God should.
I agree they should be put into prison. However, as far as God allowing them, I mean that's a yeah. I mean, obviously, I think that's bad. I think that's evil. But I mean, understanding it in the framework of Christianity, it's evil that man allowed into the world, not that God put it there. Whether we accept it that way or not.
Okay, so let's say it is free will. Do you think there's free will in heaven?
I would say no. The understanding it in the framework.
Is heaven preferable to earth?
I mean, sure.
Okay, heaven's preferable to earth. Okay, and there's no free will in heaven. So why is free will even preferable? It seems like there are preferable sets of conditions that do not involve free will.
Yeah, I mean, why are we in this social? I mean, even believing in a Christian God, why did he set us in this social experiment, if you will? I don't know. I mean, why are we in the position we're in, even believing in a Christian God?
Okay. All right, next question. Do aborted fetuses go to heaven?
I don't know. I'd like to think they do. I believe. I mean, I'd like to think they do. And I mean, there's a song that was made about it. It says, "What was I supposed to be?"
If they do, why couldn't God have sent every single soul directly to heaven without going to earth in the first place?
Again, that therein lies what I'm saying. I don't know why the social experiment that we live in exists. Why?
But I don't know. You just told me that heaven is better than earth. So if God can send us to a better place, why didn't he?
That's what I'm saying. Right. Why the social experiment we're living in exists, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
So then you have to say this is better. Otherwise, God wouldn't have done it because it's not preferable. So you have to say this is preferable. So you have to say it's better.
Well, I guess it was his I guess it was his preference. I mean,
mass starvation, slavery, war, genocide is all preferable to being in heaven.
Well, I would say actually his preference was for us to never sin, and for Adam and Eve to have never sinned. I mean, and we would live it. We would.
Then why didn't he send us directly to heaven where we would never sin?
For whatever reason, he wanted us to have free will, I guess.
Okay. So, but we've already gone over this set of conditions, right?
Right.
Given the sense in which you have free will, that's less preferable. As you said, heaven was preferable to earth.
Yeah. Why he wanted?
So having free will is less preferable. So why are you saying God preferred to do something that's less preferable?
That I guess just in my friend. That's the only way I can understand. That's the only way I can make it make sense in my head, even if it doesn't make sense.
That does. So make it make sense, even though it doesn't make sense. That in of itself didn't make sense. Along with the fact that you're confused, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's holes there that, I mean, some of it is only accepted by faith. There's no logical make of it.
Okay, if there's no logical makeup to your position, how is it any different than me believing that when I die, I'm going to turn into Ash Ketchum and I'm going to be the very best that no one ever was?
Yeah.
To catch them
Well,
is my real test, and train them is my cause. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. I teach you, you teach me. Pokemon, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be a Pokemon fucking master when I die. That's where I'm going, right? What's the reason to believe what you believe in over what I just said?
Well, I mean, the only thing I can say to that is, if I die and find out I'm wrong, then okay, I'm I'm still going to be okay. And if I find, or I'm going to be, or nothing exists,
so Pascal's wager. Okay, I understand. So
yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you care about Pascal's wager as it relates to Islam or Judaism or any other religion that believes you're going to hell if you're wrong?
Yeah, no, I don't argue against. I don't argue.
So you mark off every religion, and you don't care about the Pascal wager for any religion, but you care about it for Christianity. I just mark off Christianity as well. I don't care. Like every other of the multiple, thousands of religions that I marked off in the Pascal wager. I did the same thing with Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah.
Okay, well, I could come up with a possible God that exists that sends only Christians to hell.
Right.
So if you're a Christian, you are risking going to hell, right? If you believe in Christianity, whereas I would go to heaven as an atheist.
Yeah, but I guess enough time would have to pass and enough people have to buy into that to make it at least a plausible scenario to happen. I don't think there's enough. I doubt you'll find even 1,000 people out of the 7 billion on Earth that would say, well, if you believe in Christianity, you're going to hell. Even 1,000 out of the 7
now
billion.
It's based on how many people who believe it?
Well, I'm
how
just
many
saying
people believe Jesus how many people believe Jesus when Jesus was alive?
Very few.
Was that evidence of the fact that Jesus was wrong? Was that reason to disbelieve Jesus?
I mean, it's a reason to, but
it is a reason to disbelieve. Are you saying that you wouldn't have believed Jesus fucking Christ?
I may not have. I mean, honestly, but like you told Thomas, I mean, you believe because you have seen. Greater those that believe that have not seen. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all going to die at some point. We're all going to leave, and I mean, whether we go into the ground and whether there's no consciousness thereafter. Do you believe there's consciousness after death?
I have no clue.
Gotcha.
I would appreciate if we did have consciousness after death, was a delightful experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Whether that be, and to that point, whether that be Islam, Buddha. I mean, well, Buddhism's not really a religion, but Hinduism, no matter what it would be, yeah, for sure. But yep.
Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's what I was about to say. I think we pretty much ran it. So
have a good day. Appreciate you.
You too, bro.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Or sorry, not Donald Trump. If you are Christian, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Mason. Muscle memory. It was muscle memory. I'm serious. If you're Christian, send a guest request. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
So in the debate that you just had, like a little. Sorry, I'm eating chips. Sorry. You talked about that. Why did God give us free will, right? Why didn't He just send everyone to heaven?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. Do you think there's heaven or free will in heaven?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. If there's free will in heaven, well, then why didn't God send us directly to heaven? What's the point of going to Earth in the first place?
Okay, so I would say, like, in the sense that you went to high school, right? Or college, you would have to do tests and homework, and they would see how you did. And if you did the right thing, you will get your college degree, right? If that makes sense, you know.
God is all knowing, already knows whether or not you're going to do the right thing or not. God could just differentiate you into different
But we
areas
have
predicated off of the information that he already has.
Okay, but in the sense that you sin every day, right? You sin every day, I sin every day, everybody sins every day.
Nope,
right?
I never sin.
You never sin?
Nope.
I don't believe you. But
why not? I don't sin.
You don't sin at all.
No,
you don't
never.
curse.
I seriously never sin.
You never sin. You never curse.
Nope.
You have never stolen.
Nope.
You have never used Jesus' name in vain.
Never. Not one.
All right.
Not a single time.
All right. Well, okay. If you're sinless, right, and you don't believe in Jesus Christ, that's up to you. I mean, God gave us free will, or God gave us free will, so you can believe what you believe in. But in the sense that you don't believe in Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, that's your problem. When Jesus comes,
how is that my problem?
Because when He judges you, and you don't believe that.
How do you know that He's going to judge me?
Because Jesus judges. He's the judge.
Well, how is He going to judge if He's not God? You have to justify that first, don't you? Well, you can't just be like, my God's going to judge you. I could be like, well, Jesus is going to judge you.
Jesus?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. People
have
been asking me a lot. I'm a Christian. It means I believe in Christianity.
What is Christianity?
And Jesus is the one and only Lord. That's what I believe in. If we can just believe in things with no evidence, well, I'm a Christian.
Well,
I believe in Christianity. Right? Jesus is the Lord and Savior.
Do you believe that there's any evidence of Jesus Christ?
Is there any evidence of Jesus Christ? I believe Jesus existed, yeah. And Jesus exists, yeah. Yeah,
so do you believe that all the disciples got unalived very, very badly ways, and for the sense of God, or for the sense of Jesus Christ, that He did miracles?
Yeah, those are horrible things. See, I just dabbed for your sins. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I dabbed for your sins. I did something cool, okay? And there has to be a lot of suffering involved in the other story. Okay, but that's how you know it's from the devil, dude. The devil. It's actually called the devil. I apologize. I was looking into Christianity too much. It's actually called the devil.
So if I get unalived trying to prove something, do you think that there's more truth in what I say if I get unalived because of it, and I never change my word?
Is there more truth in what you say if you get unalived if you believe it? No, necessarily. No.
Okay, so if, for example,
have people died for wrong beliefs?
Yes.
Is it common for people to die for wrong beliefs?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Nazis who were in the military, or they might have believed that they were doing the right thing, right? But that belief was wrong, right?
Were aware of what
that belief was wrong, and they died for that belief, right?
Well, not all of the German Nazis didn't know what they were fighting for, or what their leader was doing. Like most of the 18 and young people that became Nazis, they wanted to just be there for their own country. They just thought that we are gonna fight for something. Not all of them knew that they were gassing Jews and stuff like that.
What's your point of saying that? I'm confused.
My point is that not all of the Nazis that did wrong things knew all about the bad things that the Nazis did.
Okay. What's your point?
That's my point.
I'm confused why you said that.
I said not all of the Nazis that were out in the war were literal Nazis.
What? Not all of the Nazis were Nazis.
Well, not in the sense that not the Nazis that did extreme things.
Okay, so not all Nazis did extreme things.
Yeah, not all Nazis did.
Okay, what's your point of saying that? I don't know why you said that. They have extreme beliefs. They're Nazis.
Yeah. Not all of the Nazis had those thoughts or
Are you running? Why are you just randomly running defense for Nazis? I'm confused. Would you like to go back to the normal conversation we were having instead of just
what? Yeah. Okay. That? So all the what's the word persecution? What is it called?
Hey, everyone, we hit the point where it started lagging on TikTok. I don't know how to fix this, chat. What do I do? It's every day now. It's literally every day.
Is it lag?
No, not for us. It is for the chat though.
Oh.
What do I do to fix this, chat?
Restart the stream, probably.
I've already done that before.
Did it work?
It's every day that this happens now.
Maybe it's an internet thing. I don't know.
It's not. I'm completely streaming on YouTube, completely fine. And we have no lag. All right. If it's working for you on, I think it's working for a lot of people. All right, we're good. Go ahead. I just, by the way, I'd recommend go to YouTube if it starts lagging for you, because on YouTube it's not lagging. Yeah, Philip, you were saying.
Okay, so what's the word? Prosecution. What is it called? When you have a lot of people against you for your beliefs. What is it called?
A lot of people against you for your beliefs.
Yeah, something persecution. Yeah, there's a lot of sorry, my English is bad.
Fine.
All the persecution against Christian people and the belief of Jesus Christ is massive. Can you agree with me on that?
There's a lot of persecution that's bad. Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of persecution.
I'm confused. What were we talking about prior? Because we're talking about the evidence that Christian God exists. We're talking about reason to believe it's false.
Yeah. Okay. So we got. So my point is that Jesus Christ lived. He did miracles. There are 500 witnesses, and the book of the Bible is the evidence of that.
The 500 witnesses are just claimed 500 witnesses, and the Bible is not the evidence of resurrection.
So,
right? Would you like to provide any of the evidence? What's the evidence for it?
The verses.
What verses?
Of the resurrection?
Yeah, can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
The Old Testament, the New Testament. I don't know. I'm Norwegian, so I don't know all the English terms or books or whatever.
Okay. All right. Could you? Okay. I guess. Could you describe to me anything about the religion?
The religion of Christianity?
Yeah. How about this? Can you tell me? You know who Job is?
Job?
Yeah.
Who's that?
You don't know who Job is?
Can you explain? Maybe I know him in
the book of Job. He's he's a faithful servant of the Lord, and the devil goes to the Lord and is like, "Yo, can I test him?" Right?
Is that
to show that he's gonna fail.
Is that in the New or the Old?
The book of Job, I'm pretty sure, is in the Old Testament.
No, I didn't know about that. I haven't read the Old Testament yet. I'm reading the New Testament. So
yeah, well, you should read the Bible.
I am.
Yeah, you should. It's a really interesting book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Back to my claim. So, do you think that there's a lot of persecution against Christianity?
No.
Why do you say that?
I'm against persecution of people based on their religion.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you: is there persecution against Christianity? Yes or no?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. And do you find do you find that to be good or bad?
Bad.
So you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
And you don't believe in God.
Nope.
Have you ever been Christian before?
Yep.
What happened?
I thought about it.
Do you have any bad experience?
Critically. No.
Nothing?
Nope.
Do you think that Christianity is a very welcoming religion?
Oftentimes no.
Why do you believe that?
Some sects, some aspects. My church was pretty welcoming.
Yeah.
And super bigoted towards gay people.
Well, I'm not against gay people
and trans people. Oftentimes spread it through violence and imperialism and the Crusades, and not through love.
Well, all those people are not true Christians. The people of the Christians.
What makes you a true Christian?
I love, I don't hate.
You love, you don't hate. Okay. So you don't have any hate in your heart?
No. I do have hate in my heart, but I don't show it. Okay. Like I don't
do you hate Hitler?
Of course.
So you did just show your hate.
Yeah, but I don't show it to people. I don't.
You just did.
Yeah, well,
there's actually currently 3,500 people watching the live. You just showed it to 3,500.
Yeah, people. But in the sense that if I hate you, right, and I come up to you and only show you love, right? Do you think that I hate you?
Do I think that? Say that again.
If I come up to you and I hate you, and I just show you love, do you believe that I hate you?
Do you believe? By the way, for the people putting 2K in chat, there's 1,400 people on YouTube. Say that one time.
If I came up to you, I hate you. You don't know that, but I hate you, and I show you love. Do you believe that I hate you?
If you show me love, do you believe that I hate you? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. And I hate you from the start. Like I hate you when I come up to you. I don't say it. I don't show it. I just show you love. It's an easy question, man.
Yeah, I think you're showing me love.
Yeah. So you don't believe that I hate you there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that sense that I came up to you and I only show love, that's what I do. I can have hate for someone, but I love them as my own.
Didn't you just show hate to 3,500 people?
For who?
You just showed hate. You just said
for
you
who?
Hate Hitler.
I hate Hitler, yeah, but I don't. Well,
yeah, like that's how you should feel. But you just said that you have no hate in your heart, and then I gave you an example of a person you hate.
Well, I have hate in the heart for people that don't deserve love.
Well, who's that?
People that does terrible things, like Hitler.
Okay, so then you do have hate in your heart. So that's my point. So people who do terrible things, you have hate in your heart for them, right? That means that you don't have zero hate in your heart. So I don't know why you're giving this argument.
Well, you got me in the chokehold here, buddy.
Okay.
I just want to say, like, I love everyone equally. I don't love Hitler at all. I don't like him. I don't believe the things that he did was right.
You obviously hate him.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
But in the sense that I show love more than I show hate.
Okay. Okay? I show love more than I show hate.
Yeah, and I'm truthful.
So, and I'm truthful. Does that mean I'm a Christian?
No, but the thing I'm trying to get towards to right now is that I love you.
Well, how do you identify whether or not someone's Christian?
If they believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay, the people who committed the Crusades believed in Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So they were Christians. You said they weren't real Christians.
They weren't true Christians. They didn't
follow. What is a true Christian?
Someone that follows the Bible.
Someone that follows the Bible. If someone sins, are they a true Christian?
Of course.
Okay, so what about the Bible? Do they not follow, under your view, insofar as they shouldn't be considered a Christian because they believed in Jesus?
So a lot of people says that the Vikings in Norway, they were Christians, right? They said that they believed in Jesus Christ. They did terrible things.
Hitler was a Christian.
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, Mein Kampf.
I haven't read that book. Sorry.
Okay. Well, we know that he believed in Jesus Christ, and we know that he blamed Jewish people for like killing his Lord and Savior.
Yeah, I don't know that. I gotta fact check that if I.
Okay. Next question: do you think Jordan Peterson's a Christian?
Who's that?
Never mind. I debated him on Jubilee today, or they came out today. All the Christians are mad at him because he's not actually a Christian, and they changed the title from One Christian versus 20 Atheists beat Jordan Peterson to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists.
I'm gonna have to watch that video.
For sure.
Well, bro, like I really like you as a person. I love your standpoints and like your beliefs. I respect them 100%. And I just want to say that like I love what you do, but like I hope you find Jesus. I hope you find everybody in the chat. I hope you guys find Jesus because he loves you.
Okay.
No matter what or what you have done, he loves you.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Not really, no.
All right.
All right. God bless you, bro.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Chat, I need to say thank you to some people. Haley, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Drinking margs while you prove God I believe in probably doesn't exist. Which parts I always agree with you. Love you. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Haley. Benjamin, thank you for the $5, bro. You got Jordan Peterson to say some wild shit on the latest Jubilee. I know, right? And Sid, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate you. Get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you, Sid. That is unbelievable. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. W's for Sid in the comment section. Alrighty. We'll try to get some more Christians up here. I don't know how to fix the lag. Does anyone know how to fix the lag? Because I know I could just tell people to go to YouTube, but like I want TikTok to actually work. The restart doesn't work. I've already restarted like every day. What do I do? And the live started again. I've already done that a million times. It hasn't worked this week. All right, I guess I'll just keep pushing through. I don't know what to do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for? Or sorry, are you Christian?
Yes, sorry, but yes, I did vote for Harris.
So why are you Christian?
So the main reason why I'm Christian is just because of the impact that the community has had on me, as well as the book of the Bible. Although I must admit that you mentioned earlier critical thinking being applied to your taking away your faith, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so something that really brought interest to me is how the Bible itself is a book that has been around for thousands of years, right? And one of the challenges that I dealt with that kind of helped strengthen my faith was praying and looking out into the world rather than just simply looking at the Bible, right? Because I found that, like what you mentioned, like the Crusades and all these people who, have really given a bad name to Christianity entirely, right? Sorry. But, it just can lead to a Sorry, I'm at a disconnect. I'm sorry that my internet's so bad.
No, you're fine.
I don't want to your stream or anything, man. But
okay, all right. I appreciate you coming up. He actually is lagging, chat. Like he actually did lag there. We'll try to get someone up here. Yeah, what's up? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
How old are you?
I'm 18, just turned 18 a few months ago.
Okay, so why are you Christian?
Well, I believe in God.
Okay, why?
That's why I'm Christian. I believe Christianity is the right way to right way to do life.
And I asked why.
Pardon?
Why?
I don't know. I just think it is because I think loving people is the best way. Kindness, no violence, best way.
That has
Can
nothing to
you
do
prove
with
to me?
just being Christian.
Pardon?
That has nothing to do with just being Christian.
Yeah, it does. It says it in the Bible.
Okay, well, doesn't it
The
say that with
Bible,
other religions?
Jesus had them traits. Pardon?
Don't other religions say that? Don't atheists
Yeah,
say
other
that?
religions have it, but it's Christianity has it as well.
But that's not unique to Christianity.
It's not unique to Christianity, no.
Okay, so what's your point?
Can you prove to me that God doesn't exist?
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, can you show me?
Do you believe God is perfect?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you believe the world we exist in right now is perfect?
No.
Okay. Can a perfect creator create something that's imperfect?
Well, originally you did create something that was perfect, but Adam.
I asked a question. I would like for you to respond to it. Can a perfect creator create something that's perfect or imperfect?
Yes. No, not imperfect. He created something that was perfect originally.
Okay, so a perfect creator, if they create something, it has to be perfect?
Yeah.
And perfect always, right?
No, it was perfect when God created the earth originally.
Okay, so, but not, no, when you say perfect, that means that they don't have like a capacity to like do something wrong. Or
Yeah.
that they never will do something wrong. Given that they do something wrong, they aren't perfect.
No, but what I'm saying is
It's like saying babies are perfect. So why did God kill perfect babies?
Well, God gave us free will. He's omnibenevolent. He gave us free will. If he didn't give us free will.
Do you believe Noah's Ark actually happened?
Yeah.
Okay, so God slaughtered all those babies, right?
Well, no, it's because Adam committed the original sin and he went against us.
No,
and
but
God went against us. Adam committed the original sin.
Did God slaughter all those babies?
No.
No, so God did not cause the water.
Well, no, it's because God went against us because we sinned.
So God did cause the water. So God did slaughter the babies.
I don't know.
What? Who sent the water?
God.
So God slaughtered the babies because the water killed the babies.
Yeah, no, because we sinned.
Okay. I'm confused what your point is with that. Does that mean that it's okay for God to slaughter babies because the babies didn't sin?
Well, Adam committed. Honestly, I think. Honestly, don't know. But I believe in God. He is the.
Okay. All right. Have a good day, man. All right. Let's go to the next person. I don't know what to do to fix this, everyone. I'm kind of getting sad that like everything keeps lagging every day. It's getting really sad. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald? Or sorry, are you Christian?
Yeah.
Why so?
So I'm Christian mostly because I grew up in Christianity, and Christianity was like around me, you know.
Okay. Are you still Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you still Christian?
Because I believe in making a better connection with God.
Wrong question. Why do you give me evidence that Christianity is true?
Can I give you evidence that Christianity is true?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I probably couldn't.
Isn't that an issue?
Well, a lot of Christians, there's a lot of people that say they're Christian, but there's so many ways, right? I'm not sure if I can explain myself.
I'm confused what you're trying to say.
Yeah, no. It's fine. I'm not sure how to really explain it. But thank you for accepting it.
Maybe you should pray for Jesus to help you.
Yeah, I should. I really wasn't expecting you to accept this really even.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Have a
you.
good day.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you are Christian. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 56.
Yeah, are you Christian?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I have Christian background, Christian beliefs, but I just wanted to ask you something, Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that a person can contact and feel other entities, like spirits, and there's a spiritual world, like beyond what we know? If you were to meditate and really concentrate, do you think that you would be able to feel other things?
No.
No, so you believe after we die that we're just done.
I just don't have any good evidence to believe that anything is true about that yet. I don't have any good evidence to believe that I can connect with other realms or anything, or other spirits or things like that.
Have you tried?
No. I haven't
Have you done any research about it or looked into it?
I've done lives where I've had psychics come up on the live. That's about it.
Okay, but I'm not saying just psychics. I'm just saying, but there's more to it than that. Because I believe that Jesus was a man, but he also researched and went to many other countries that is not told in the Bible. Places in Egypt, and developed his spiritual being.
What evidence do you have for this?
Just books that I've read.
What books?
Right now I'm reading The Journey of Mary Magdalene, which I believe was his wife.
Oh my gosh, not this again. Oh my, I've talked to someone who's had this view before. That there isn't any really good evidence at all to justify this. So I wonder why. Like, here's my issue: is that if we don't have good evidence to believe in something, I don't see why would we believe it.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying sometimes you can believe in something that's actually not there. It doesn't have, sometimes there's things that you can't explain. Have you ever had something happen to you that you can't explain?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you think that happened?
I don't know.
I mean, you talk about yourself, you talk about critical thinking and thinking outside the box, right? So what happens when things like that happen in life that are unexplainable? Where do you think that comes from?
Just because something doesn't have an explanation doesn't mean it has to be supernatural. Things could not have explanations, and that's totally okay. We could just be like, we don't know.
Well, but why stop there?
Because you don't have good reason yet.
But then to me, that's not thinking outside the box. That's not using your all your brain power to try to find out explanations. I mean, then why continue to research with science? I mean, people have done that with science too. I mean, like they can't explain why that happened, but they're going to keep on researching and keep diving into it to figure out why that happened. Why did that cell break? I don't know. But we kept diving and diving and diving to try to figure it out.
Okay.
So if we don't
you can
continue
keep
to try to
diving and
figure
looking,
things out, then what's the purpose?
but you suspend belief in something until you have evidence. That's what you do in
Right.
science.
So that's what I'm saying.
But
So
we
why
don't have any evidence. So why do you believe?
Why do I believe? Because I'm trying to figure out why that happens.
Okay, I understand you're trying to figure out why that happens, right? But like you don't believe something until you have reason to believe that that's true.
Well, that's just I guess that's just the way I think. So, but I just wanted to ask you that because I knew that you were going to come upon this and subject, and I just was curious of why people think that there's not more out there, like other life forms or things that we don't know about yet. But I think there's all the possibilities.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, or add?
No.
All right. Appreciate
you can let me down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone. I don't know what to do, chat. I really don't know what to do with the lag. It's getting really annoying to me because I want TikTok to work. But one thing I think I could try to do is I could try to stream me debating on YouTube to TikTok, but I just don't have a capacity to do that because I can't stream on my computer. I don't know what to do. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I did clear cache already.
Can you hear me? I'm 21.
Yeah.
The lag is so bad.
Yeah, I know. It's all, you realize how it's not lagging here too. It's literally.
No, it is. It's like backed up, but I guess.
You think it's lagging up here?
Yeah, you're like 5 seconds delayed, but it's fine.
There's 5 seconds delay from me speaking? No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
You just responded immediately.
I have a delay, but that's okay. I can understand you. It's cool.
Okay.
Okay. I do have a question of what your criteria would be to believe in a God. Like you said that I don't know if you were just posing it to these people that your criteria would be critical thinking, but what would it be?
Like, what do you mean? I just need like evidence.
Evidence? Like what type of evidence?
Any type of argument, historical proofs, anything.
Historical proof? Okay. What would be historical proof for like a preservable text such as God, the Bible, Quran, and the Torah?
Like what would be historical proof for like for what things? Like it depends. I think there's gonna be a different standard when we talk about specifically like miracles versus non-miracles. So if you want to specify specifically miracles, we can.
Yeah, okay. So one of your criteria would be miracles, right? Is that or that would be an evidence, not a criteria, but this would be an evidence for you.
I said that I'm gonna have a different standard for miracles versus things that are not miracles. So I was asking if you wanted to specify whether or not we're going to talk about just miracles or not.
Okay, what would be your criteria for miracles and what would be your criteria for non-miracles?
Okay. So for miracles, I don't think that you're going to be able to provide proofs, right, historically speaking, because I don't think that they are going to provide what's most probable, right, in reference to miracles, as miracles are the least probable thing to occur. If someone claims that they saw a floating pig, I wouldn't believe it.
No, I can come to that conclusion as well. Like we'd be able to prove what's more deductive. Like that's what we go on our reasoning, what we're able to understand what's more probable. That's no issue. But if I'm able to prove that these miracles were able to happen. Have you ever heard Hume's argument for miracles?
No.
Have you gone through it? Okay. Do you have Discord? Do you mind if I send it to you? It's a long paper. And
just join my Discord and send it in the Discord.
Okay, sounds good. It's in your bio. Okay. So Hume's argument basically goes over what's more probable, like it goes over what you just discussed, what's probable, miracles being more probable, and how we're basically saying that they're inductive, not deductive, right?
Okay.
Makes sense. And
yeah, if they're inductive, then you can't make any type of argumentation then, because there is no inductive proof for it.
Okay, right. And then how would we be able to prove that these things would be deductive? By basically saying that they would be more probable to happen. Like they would be less inexplainable. Like a plague flying in the air, we would usually say that it's more probable for a human to have a hallucination or mass.
You cut out.
Sorry. Did I just cut out?
Yeah.
My bad. My little sister.
More probable to believe in what?
Yeah, it's more probable that you would say that's more probable for us human beings to understand that a mass hallucination happened to a group of people than a pig actually flying, right? That would be more probable than saying God or like a divine being did that.
Here, how about this? Maybe a lot of these issues come from the fact that there are prior conditions for Christianity that commit you to things that are really hard for that to actually be true. Right. I don't think you're going to have good evidence justifying the miracles or the historical claims as proof for God's existence. And I don't think you have good philosophical basis for your position either, as I can show like contradictions with the Christian worldview, or even reasons to believe that it's most probable that he doesn't exist.
Sorry, I heard the last 3 seconds. There was a bad lag at the end. At the beginning. But anyways, okay. So I'm gonna try and reiterate what you said. You said that you can come to the conclusion that it's most probable for God to exist. Sorry, that's what I got.
I can show you evidence that it's most probable that he doesn't exist, right? And I can show you reason to believe that there's contradictions in the worldview.
Okay, yeah, sure. What would those contradictions be? We can go that way.
Okay. Do you believe that we exist in a perfect world?
No, I do not believe that this world currently is perfect.
Creation is imperfect.
Creation can be perfect, but it has the capacity to be imperfect.
Is it perfect or is it imperfect?
It is created perfect, but it can be imperfect. It has the capacity to be imperfect. Bless you.
Is it right now perfect or imperfect?
It is perfect, sure.
Right now it's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me right now a world where 7 million people starve to death every year is perfect?
Yes, absolutely. I do believe that. So God, you're about to go into how God is saying, created in such an imperfect world, or imperfect.
What does
creation.
perfect mean? What does perfect mean?
Something that it's the opposite of imperfection.
It means there's no flaws, right?
Yeah, no flaws, nothing.
Okay, people starving to death. Is that bad?
Yeah,
should they not have starved?
Would we like them not to starve? Yes.
Should they? Okay, so we would like that they didn't starve to death. So that's a flaw within our world.
Of course.
But ultimately, that's a flaw within our world.
That I don't believe that that's a flaw. No, I'm just saying that this is something that we don't see as good. This is less perfect.
Like if you're gonna look at the world, the fact that people starve to death is absolutely a flaw about our world.
Again, this is viewed as individuals who make a choice, and that's how it leads to an imperfection within us, not within the world.
What? An imperfection with us is within the world because we are within the world.
Okay, so when we talk about a world, what do we say that is? What does that consist of?
Everything on Earth. If we're talking about the world, everything on the geographical region, right, of planet. Do you want me to give coordinates or something?
No, but I would say that this still has a capacity for imperfection.
Okay, I'm confused what your point is.
Okay, you're saying that God created an imperfect.
Cut out. Dude, this is getting ridiculous. How do I fix fucking TikTok? I'm really frustrated right now. How can I stream it to TikTok? Trying to think.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Oh my gosh, it's so much better. You said not 3 seconds after.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Dang, somebody should call my phone right now. Anyways, so your question is God created, or you're basically saying God created an imperfect world, therefore, and God's perfect, therefore, like that he's not perfect because he created something imperfect, or what would it be?
I would say that it's impossible for a perfect creator to create something imperfect.
Okay, what we view as imperfection, how do you quantify that? Not leading, like us, no, as human beings, we'd be unaware of what perfection could ultimately be.
I'm confused.
Yeah, so like, I believe God, I would hold God to a standard of being a perfect being. I do not know what God fully entails. I don't know what ultimate divine perfect being is. I don't know who he fully is. I cannot even possibly fathom, my human mind cannot fathom what perfection ultimately is. God's perfection in like what we see as imperfections, such as, do you think that there are struggles that lead to perfection or what we view as perfection?
Do I believe there are struggles that lead to perfection?
So such as like evil. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what you mean by struggles that lead to perfection. I'm confused.
Yeah,
because if we're going to be if we're going to be
Sorry.
indicating that something is perfect, it would indicate that there's nothing bad that happened.
No, not necessarily. We can say that there is something bad that happened that led to perfection, like the ultimate plan, right? So God, this is not necessarily a flaw to God at all. This is just leading to something.
So like people
ultimately
starving
perfect.
to death isn't a flaw?
No, I don't believe that this is flaw. It leads to something perfection.
People
yes.
sinning, is that a flaw?
Sin, going against God's command, this is something that we have to hold the capacity
Is sin a
of.
flaw?
Yeah. Within human beings, yes.
Which are within the world.
Yes, absolutely. This is something that we can do, but is not.
So then we live in a flawed world.
This is not, again, this is not an issue. I'm saying that this can lead to something that is ultimately perfection.
So it wasn't perfect originally?
It is perfect originally, but there are imperfections.
So if it was perfect, okay, so if there are imperfections, then it's not perfect.
These people have the capacity to be hold and perpetuate imperfections.
What's up?
These people, the ultimate plan. So the goal of like any like the Abrahamic religions is what? What's the goal in God's view?
You be clear.
Okay, if I say that I want to go where after death, what is that? What's the goal?
Heaven.
Okay, cool. So is that God's ultimate plan? To get his individual people to, that's okay. In an Abrahamic faith, your goal is to go to heaven. I'd say that goes for any other Abrahamic religion, right?
Can God send us directly to heaven?
Can God send us directly to heaven? I believe that, yeah.
Why doesn't he do that?
Can God send us directly to heaven? In my faith, yes. I believe that you are tested beforehand. And if you consistently...
do aborted babies go to heaven?
Yes, they do.
Why don't they have to be tested?
Why do they not have to be tested?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Why do they not have to be tested? Like, this is not their decision. What?
Yeah, why can they go to heaven without going to earth?
So are you about to say, like, why aren't all of us just aborted at birth so that therefore we just avoid the test?
No, why doesn't God just send us directly to heaven, our souls?
Yeah, for those individuals that go through the test and they are tested and they like not necessarily fail, because I do believe, or at least in my belief, I do believe that every single individual will eventually go to heaven.
So earth plus heaven is better than heaven alone?
Say it again?
So earth plus heaven is better than heaven alone?
Earth plus heaven? No, heaven is ultimately better than earth. Absolutely.
So why didn't God send us directly to heaven if it's better than sending us to earth first?
Yeah, because do you know the story to Adam and Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but that doesn't change. Is there free will in heaven?
Is there free will in heaven? No.
Then how could the original sin have happened if they sent us directly to heaven?
I don't believe in original sin.
Okay. How would any sin happen if he sent us to heaven?
Okay, I think that would be work for your argument of a religion sin. But when you're saying how would any sin happen if we had it, like if we go to heaven, what do you mean by that?
If there's no free will, and it is the case that it's perfect, well then there is no sin.
If there is no free will and what is perfect?
If heaven is perfect and there's no free will, then there's going to be no sin.
If heaven is perfect and there is no free will, then there is no sin. There is no sin in heaven. What's the issue with that?
That's my point. Is that
okay?
Then,
in heaven,
then there would be no flaws. So God would have sent us directly to heaven if He was perfect, because heaven is perfect. God can send us to a perfect place, but He chooses not to.
Okay, again, His choice, God's divine purpose was to give us a test within the universe that was in this world, right? Was to portray us, put this on us on this earth, and we were to not win this test, but to be tested in this earth, right? So yes, we hold the capacity for imperfections such as sin. We do bad things. We portray evil. We perpetuate evil towards one another. Unalivings, things that we would view as bad, but ultimately lead to a perfection, which is God's ultimate plan.
Did you understand what my point was, or do I have to re-explain?
Yes, you're saying that, like, why didn't He send us directly to heaven? That was not His plan.
I understand, but like it would have been better, right?
No, I don't believe so. I think that God's plan is better.
So it's better that children die unnecessarily? It's better that children starve unnecessarily?
Yes, if that leads to God's ultimate plan, yes.
So you're okay with children starving when they don't need to?
Am I okay with that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, then you disagree with God creating this world where children starve when they didn't.
No, I don't disagree with it, because I believe that it leads to a being who will wrong necessarily our rights, right? Those people, those children that did starve will have an ultimate, like, they will be above us, those individuals who have done wrong towards them.
Wait, say that one time, sorry?
Yeah, so like I don't think that there's this imperfect balance, or like where there's so much evil that there's like not enough good. I think that evil can lead to good for those individuals who have been done wrong. So let's say that these starving children,
these are unnecessary evils. Like, for example, could God have created human beings without a hunger bar?
He could have, absolutely, yeah, of course. Like, he could have done anything. There's a possible world where, like, for example, these starving children didn't exist. There's a possible world where world hunger doesn't exist.
Is it preferable that people?
But I don't believe that. I believe.
Sorry, you're cutting me off. Is it preferable that world hunger doesn't exist?
To us or God?
To you.
To me, I would love if like I could solve world hunger, but I don't control every single human being.
To God?
To God, no. This is something that is perfect.
So it's perfect that the children are starving.
Yeah,
it's preferable that the children starve rather than not starve.
Hold on, Parker. This is something that we don't ultimately understand, right? That this is His perfection that we are incapable of understanding.
I'm sorry. You need to realize how that's fucking insane. Listen.
Well, okay, fine. Okay, then let me use it on a basic level. Let me explain it. Can I finish, please? Okay, you're about to mute me. That's fine.
I am, but you want to know why? Because you just justified fucking children starving. Okay, this is what when it becomes an issue, because you're justifying children starving to death.
Wait, when did I justify it?
You said it was preferable that the plan follows through rather than not, given the case that we're referencing specifically the starvation of children. I'm saying God could have created human beings without a hunger bar, without the need to eat.
Okay, and I'm saying that this leads to they will get their justice. Okay, like there is a world, and there could be a world where they this doesn't happen, but this isn't the perfect world that doesn't happen, right? We are living within the perfect world. Okay, again, when I asked you earlier,
this is the perfect world, but we're living in the perfect world.
No, I said that there could be a perfect world where children are not starving. I said, but that is not the perfect world. This is the perfect world. Okay. Now I asked you a question.
So it's not a perfect world that children don't starve. It's perfect when they starve, but it's not perfect if they didn't starve.
In God's ultimate plan, we are living in the perfect world. Can you answer my question of before? Do you believe that struggle can lead to perfection?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, do you know what muscle atrophy is? I'll give you a small example of it.
No.
Muscle atrophy is when your muscles are breaking down to build what? What happens when you're working out?
Not sure.
Your muscles tear apart. Would you say that like a muscle tear is bad?
Sure. I'd have to check.
It can be bad in a lot of capacity. If you don't build that muscle atrophy, muscles breaking down, which if you don't maintain it, it can be bad. Now, when you are repetitive and consistent with it, what happens?
You're asking me like I know.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. When you're repetitive and consistent with it, you gain muscle. You gain what our view would be as perfection or ultimate physique.
Okay.
Okay. Would you view this as good? To be at peak physique?
No, not for me.
Okay, but for some people.
Sure.
It could be subjective. That's fine.
Sure.
Okay, which I think you hope to subjective like views of like what's beautiful, what would be like perceived as beautiful and what wouldn't be perceived as beautiful, like the opposite ugly or something like that, right? Okay, cool. So we would view in this moment that this version of a struggle would lead to something perfect or perfection.
I don't think that's perfection.
Okay, but to somebody who did that is perfection. This would lead to perfection.
Okay, someone could view it that way. Sure,
Okay, cool. But we would view even in like a human, like our ultimate human physique. What were we made for? Like even you believe as an atheist that we have these instincts for us, which is what? Hunt, kill, and procreate, right? Or sorry, I didn't mean to say unalive. Hunt, unalive, and procreate, right?
Okay. Well, those are evolutionary.
Yeah. To do these things at an ultimate standard, we'd have to have peak physique or like a ultimate physique, right? To do this thing perfectly.
What are you saying? I'm really confused with
Yeah. So this is just a version of how this version of perfection, like an ultimate human perfection, would need to be led to that by some form of a struggle. I believe that ultimately every single thing can have a struggle that leads to it. Every single version of perfection can have an example of
what is struggle?
I don't know an ultimate definition that I would use for that. I can look one up and use that. Would that be okay if I looked one up and used it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I'm probably gonna try to literally just delete TikTok and then re-download it, chat.
Yo, doesn't that delete all your drafts though?
I don't care.
I'm not being rude, am I?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. You just seem irritated. Maybe it's because of your live.
It's the lag of the live. I'm not irritated at you at all.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I don't like to be unkind.
No, you are totally fine. It is seriously, literally, that I've been dealing with this issue for like the past few days where like it's lagging for TikTok, like the people watching, but it's not lagging for me. It's not lagging for my YouTube.
Are you on Wi-Fi? And I'm sorry, I pulled it up.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi, but like the point that I mean is that like it's not my Wi-Fi. Like I can.
Did you turn off your Wi-Fi and see what happens?
I've done data.
And that doesn't change anything?
No.
Rough, bro.
It's like a TikTok issue.
When I hosted lives, they usually like when I switched to my data, it was my Wi-Fi. Maybe I'm terrible Wi-Fi. I don't know.
I can run a speed test right now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, show us your speed test, bro.
No,
it better be. Give us.
I don't want it to show any information.
No. Just give us the numbers.
Oh well, I can just tell you. I have like actually no, I probably shouldn't say the plan either.
No, don't say the plan because people can look up your stuff. Like, give us the number.
My internet's fine. My internet's fine.
What's it at?
It's good.
Okay, Bresna doesn't want to give us our numbers.
It's good enough. It's good.
Okay, so for my bad, I didn't mean to be distracting. Okay.
Okay.
What's a good definition for struggle?
Okay. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream on YouTube, everyone. Give them a second. In the meantime, I might try to find something to do to try to fix the lives chat. I don't know what to do. Someone said I will never like your stream. Why not?
They're just a hater, bro. Anyways, a forceful or determined effort to overcome difficulty, opposition, or hardship, whether physical, emotional, or mental.
Yeah, the need to overcome hardship, isn't that indicating that like it's not perfect within the world? A perfect world, you wouldn't have a bunch of hardship because everything would work perfectly.
Wait, no. Okay. Again, I'm saying that a hardship is needed to lead to perfection.
Okay. I don't think it did. Was that needed for real question? Was that needed for God?
Wait, was that needed for God, as though God was created? What?
Did God have to go through hardship in order to be able to become perfect?
God, we are not God. We are less than God. What?
But God can do
no. Okay, so your answer.
God can do anything that's logically possible. If it worked for God and it was logically possible for God, it would be logically possible for God to create those conditions for others.
Would it be logically possible to create those conditions for other people, like perfect beings? Yes. Did he? No, we are imperfect beings.
Wait, restate what you just said. Sorry, I'm confused with.
Okay, you're saying that is it logically possible for God to create other perfect beings, such as himself, so other gods?
No, I'm not asking if it's perfect. If he needs to create other perfect beings. I'm saying that they could have those certain attributes. They could have perfect attributes within certain respects, but then not be overall perfect. Does that make sense?
Wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. If you have a perfect
can I give you an explanation?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I could be a perfect free throw shooter, but I could not be perfect at soccer.
So you would have certain things that you're good at. Well, but that level of perfection would be arbitrary. So like you'd say like I'm good at throwing free throws, but like I'm not good at other things, which would still be imperfection. So I'm struggling to see what you're good at. So like where would you tie this into, like a hardship? You would still have hardship somewhere, right? Like you could still be perfect at free throw, but not necessarily good, or like be brought into a good home, right? Or like you're not necessarily good at doing other things like cooking, which you being good at free throw is, you have something that you're good at, you have something that you could lead that somewhere, right? You go and play basketball, you're in the NBA making $200,000 a year or more. I don't know how much people make necessarily. So that could lead to something good, or what you view as perfection.
Okay, I think we're not going really anywhere. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add or talk about?
Yeah, for my last example, would something like an imperfection or a hardship such as a struggle lead to a perfection?
I don't think the hardship was required with God. So logically, it's not required if God were to create that condition with someone else.
But can a hardship lead to perfection?
Is it logically possible? Sure. But the point in which it's not required means that if there's any necessarily bad characteristic that we'd reference, right, then obviously like it wouldn't be required in order to be able to produce a perfect state, meaning that if it's in existence rather than not in existence when it's not required, well, then it's going to be the case that it's going to create a flaw.
So you're saying that it's not perfect for God, so why did he make it not perfect for us? Like what?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, can you restate it?
God is perfect, right?
God's perfect.
Okay, so he's going to create something that's perfect, correct?
Yep.
Given,
He can create something that's perfect and imperfect.
Given that there are things within our world that are flaws, right? What we exist in is not perfect.
Again, he can create an imperfection.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I just think that's ridiculous to say that a perfect creator, a flawless creator, can create something that is imperfect. You're saying flawed. So if they're a flawless creator, they don't create things that are flawless.
So something can hold or have the capacity to be imperfection. So yes, this thing can hold and ultimately have our own, such as us, human beings,
It's a
have our own.
misnomer. Things can be that way, but they cannot be that way if God is a perfect creator.
If God is God is a perfect creator. God
Okay,
can
well,
create
then things
things
cannot be that way.
They can be that way.
No.
You just said that they can.
They can if a perfect God doesn't exist.
No,
Given that a perfect God does exist under your view, right? That cannot be the case because they contradict. Because it is like, think about it this way. What does it mean to be a perfect creator?
For my criteria, what a perfect creator is, well, the perfect creator would have certain divine attributes, such as most loving, most knowledgeable, like everything that my book gives me. He would have to hold these attributes. This would be the perfect creator. Again, it wouldn't be something that I would be able to fully understand, but the attributes that were given to me, this perfect creator would have.
How about this? This will make more sense. The creation that God chooses to pick, or anything that God chooses to do, is it the most desirable thing he could have done?
Yes, for his perfect creation, yes.
So it's the most
perfect plan.
Everything he does is the most desirable thing for him to do.
For his perfect plan, it's the ultimate perfect plan, yes.
Okay. So if everything he does is the most desired thing for him to do, well then wouldn't that indicate that it's like perfect? So if he has perfect desires, what is a perfect desire? You desire a state in which is perfect. Okay. If you desire a state in which is imperfect, that would be an example of an imperfect desire. If God has an imperfect desire, he ceases to be perfect.
Something that holds the capacity to be so. So that would be my understanding of it.
All right, we're not going anywhere. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, everyone. I might just delete the app and try to hit a restart because this is getting ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. Has it fixed for anyone else? Because it's like it's unusable at this point. It's so unusable. TikTok is not working at all for me. Did it fix for anyone else? No. Dude, what the hell is this, man? It's like so frustrating. All right, I'm gonna end the live on TikTok and try deleting the app. So give me a second. All right, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. Parker, get a job. Go to YouTube. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I really would appreciate that. I'm gonna open up the guest requests on YouTube because I'm experiencing so many issues on TikTok. Let me type it in this paste. Pen. There we go. Yeah, see, like I'm having good following percent on the live, like it's decent. It just for some reason is lagging. It thinks that my live, dude, it's just like I don't know why that's happening. Why is it doing that? All right. We're going to just delete TikTok. We're re-downloading it right now, everyone. Give it 1 second. It's not okay. Well, hold up. We'll see if it stays in and y'all can hear me. There we are. Okay. Give it 1 second. Let's see if we can. What do I want to see on TikTok? None of this is the stuff I want to see. Okay. Don't allow. Start watching.
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Dan.
Danny?
You're saying atheist.
That's really funny. I'm already seeing clips. Don't allow. All right, let's there we go. Allow. Limit access. Oh, I have to select specifically what pictures now. Great, dude. To me. God exists. Hold up. I gotta pick. Prove to me. God exists. I gotta find all of this. That. Why? Support Trump. Support Trump. I gotta find the picture for screenshot. There we are. All right. All right, there we are. I'm starting it. All right. Let's see if it works on TikTok. If it doesn't work right now, I'm just going to do YouTube for the rest of the day, everyone. That's going to be the move. So hopefully it works now. Hopefully it works. If not, I'll just go straight over and I'll just do YouTube. And I'll try to move people in from TikTok, but there's nothing at that point I could do. What's up, everyone joining in? No lag so far. Good to hear. Good to hear. One thing could be is that adding up guests. So like one thing I could do to try to fix it is again just streaming my stream from YouTube over to TikTok. So I might do that. We'll see. We'll see how it works though right now. What's good, everyone joining in? If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Should help get it out to more people. No lag at all yet. Nice. We'll give it a second for people to join up. How much you want to bet when I add someone, it starts lagging, chat? That's what my thoughts are. It's fine now. Nice. Give it a second, everyone. To tap the screen if you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It gets laggy when you get over 1K for some reason. Let's see if it's that. So everyone, comment in the comment section. Tap the screen on TikTok. It'll help get it out to more people. I think that will test right now if it's the interaction with the live or what is it. We'll see. Just interact with the live right now. Type multiple sentences in the comment section or like shocked shocked faces or something like that. Like, whoa, no way they said that type thing. You know, like drama, no way. Wow. You know, like yeah, that always helps push it, you know. Let's see if it's 1,000. If we get to 1,000 and it's not lagging, we'll test and see if it's the guest requests. All right, all right. So you tap the screen as well, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. We'll give it a second. We'll see what's going on. And we'll get the debates going. Let's hit 1,000. We'll wait a few seconds and see if it works. And see if it's lagging. People on YouTube are funny. Okay, it stopped pushing. I want to test the 1,000. Oh, we'll talk about the Jordan Peterson thing. So for the Jordan Peterson debate, everyone, if you haven't watched it yet, it's on Jubilee. I debated Jordan Peterson with a few other people, and Jordan Peterson essentially isn't a Christian, but they did the one Christian versus 25 atheists with him as the Christian. And a bunch of the Christians in the comment section got mad at him at Jubilee for doing that. So they changed the title from one Christian versus 25 atheists to Jordan Peterson versus 25 atheists. It's really funny. All right. We got lag. Is there lag? I saw one person spamming lag. No lag? All right. We're going to add someone up. We'll see if it starts lagging. Only send a guest request if you're a Christian. Yo, it's how do you? Don't say. Really? It is that? You know what? That actually makes sense. Yo, it's a Paldy. We'll see if it is that though. How old are you?
35.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you Christian?
Because I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
Why so?
Well, just because of the amount of evidence of Jesus Christ. He's one of the most evidential people to ever exist on earth. Like there's a lot of evidence of Jesus Christ's existence and a lot of witnesses of Jesus Christ and a lot of his places of where he lived and where he roamed and still exists to this day. So there's just an overwhelming amount of evidence of Jesus Christ himself.
Yeah, his existence, but not his divinity. But if you want to talk about like the evidence of certain religions being true, let's presuppose this for the 1 second. Let's just say Christianity is true.
Okay.
For 1 second. Do you think the morality of your religion is good?
I think the morality of people is not perfect, but the morality of Jesus Christ is good, yes.
Okay. So everything that God does is good, correct?
Jesus Christ was considered the only perfect human being on earth.
Everything God does is good, correct?
I would say that, yeah, everything that God does is good, yes.
Okay, so if God commands people to slaughter others, is that good?
If he's commanding people to slaughter evil, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, if he's getting rid of evil.
So you think if he commands the slaughtering of babies, is that good?
Has he ever commanded the slaughtering of babies?
Yes.
In what context?
1 Samuel 15:3.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that.
The Amalekites, he commanded the slaughter of the Amalekite infants.
Okay, and so Samuel is Old Testament, correct? So I believe in Jesus Christ, which is New Testament.
Jesus Christ is God, right?
Yeah, but the rules
God
change.
commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, infants of Amalek.
Yes, and things were done differently during the time of Moses, during the time of the Old Testament. But after Jesus Christ, he came and said, he fulfilled a lot of different prophecies that people couldn't, follow. Like when Moses made the 10 Commandments, people couldn't follow that. That's why they started worshiping a golden calf. And, then Jesus came and, to die for our sins, because that is the ultimate price. Is death, is how we pay for all our sins.
Okay. So you just say he pays for the sins, he pays for the suffering. That's not responding to the point that I brought up of God literally commands the slaughtering of infants. You think commanding the slaughtering of infants is wrong. I would agree that killing infants is wrong. I would hope you'd agree with that too.
Yeah, I agree
so
on
then
that. But
do we agree that God's doing something wrong?
no, because we have a basic understanding as human beings of we're not God, right? You're not God, I'm not God. So how can we? It's just like how people that don't believe in God, for example, I'm not sure if you believe in God or not, but people that don't believe in God, they believe in other things like the Big Bang, and they believe that we came out of nothing, that in the vacuum of nothing, something exploded into the Big Bang. But they won't, no scientist, nobody that doesn't believe in God can say what was before the Big Bang, what existed before that.
The Big Bang isn't an explosion, it's expansion of the universe.
Yes, exactly. That came from what?
We don't know.
Big
no
Bang.
One knows.
Exactly.
You already said
exactly. So so atheists or scientists want us to believe in, all these miracles came out of a miracle when
I don't know why you say it's a miracle. We just don't know what led to it.
It's a miracle.
Okay, before we need the explanation for rain, would you say it was God pissing?
No.
Okay,
Why would I say
obvious? Because you just believe it's God.
No, I'm giving the example that people believe that we came out of the Big Bang, that everything, the universe, everything just came out of an explosion, an expansion.
That's not expansion, not explosion. But yes, it did. That's an objective fact.
That can't be proven.
It is proven. Big Bang has been proven.
You can't prove where we came from. No scientist can. No science. It's just a theory. That's why it's called a Big Bang theory. Is it not? It's a theory, correct?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
It's the Big Bang theory, meaning it's a theory that we came from the Big Bang. It's a theory.
Yeah.
That's
So do you know what a scientific theory is?
Yeah, but it also
scientific theory is a fact.
Okay, we can't prove. No scientist could prove.
Scientific theories are facts.
No, I understand. I'm saying we can't prove where it came from, where the Big Bang came from, where the expansion came from. We can't prove where it came from, correct?
So wait, say one more time.
Do we have proof of how the universe expanded? Do we have proof?
Cosmic background radiation, photons, right? That's kind of like afterglow or like gun smoke from a fire from a gunshot.
I understand. I'm saying, where did that come from? What's behind that? What's behind that? What's behind that? Right?
Again, we have already been very clear that I don't know.
Exactly. So the same thing could be said about
God. No one claims that.
The same thing could be said about God.
Listen. When you say that you believe it's God, you're making a claim of what you believe it is to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying I don't know.
And
I'm saying that you should also say you don't know.
I agree, but I wouldn't say that I know more than God is what I'm saying too. I wouldn't say that any human being knows more than God.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing.
Any human being alive, I would say, doesn't know more than God. So to question God, I'm saying we're questioning something that we don't understand, that we can't comprehend as humans.
Okay. So if you're saying that you can't comprehend that, then why are you saying you believe in it?
Because I believe that God is more than our understanding. that more than our basic understanding. We try to, as humans, I feel, put him into like a very easy way to understand. Like there's a God above, everything, and he, good and bad and all this comes from God. I just believe, at the end of the day, that whatever God's decisions or choices was, whether it was, to slaughter babies, whether it was something else, it's beyond our comprehending. I believe his reasons are not for, like, we won't understand his reasons. He sees there's a verse in the Bible that Job was questioning God, and he said, God, why do you allow these things to happen? Like when Job was suffering, this is all in the book of Job. And God said things to him that it made a lot of sense to me, and maybe it'll make sense to you, where he said, can you hear the mountains moving? Can you hear the heartbeat of a deer 10,000 miles away? And he was giving Job these examples of things that humanly we can't do, that only God can do. And then he told Job, like, don't question me. Like, you can't do or understand the things I do as God. So, don't really question it. And I think that that's what you're doing. You're in this, in this conversation with people, you're trying to question people, like, why do they believe in God? Like, if all these things happen, but God himself is beyond our understanding, is what that's in the Bible. I know that.
Okay. So I understand that you think that God is outside of our understanding. And that would mean to me that you just have less reason to believe he exists, because you can't perceive it, you can't reason it. If you can't perceive it or reason it, well, then it's just going to be based upon whatever you feel like. If it's just predicated off what you feel like, well, then you got no reason to believe one to be the case over the other.
Well, I'm just giving an example, but no, I feel like, I think that I'll speak for myself if that's easier. For myself, I feel like my personal experience and relationship with God, that's a personal experience that, I can, tell people, but no one, I'm not going to say everyone has to take what I say as face value, right? Like I could say, oh, I saw a miracle. No one's going to believe it if they didn't see it themselves either. But, I could just say personally for myself, not speaking for others, that, yeah, my personal relationship with God is real. I feel it. I've seen it. I've experienced it. And I can say for myself, it's true. But if I would speak for someone else,
that's not evidence to believe it's true. You also just are saying you feel like it, and that's no different than me as myself deciding to say I believe in some religion that I've made up. Rodney, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, if we were made in the image of God, why do we all look different? I think when they say image of God, they're referencing by nature of human beings, not necessarily the look. Also, what religion did Jesus teach? They would claim Christianity. Another Paul, thank you for the $7.77. Thank you. And for the $2. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Organic Perception, thank you for the $10. Broadcast, thank you for the $2. JG, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Harrison, thank you for the $10. Thank you. thank you for the $10. Air, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. thank you for the $10. By the way, everyone, if you do want to debate me, you can either join on through YouTube or through TikTok. If TikTok start lagging, I will go over to YouTube. But as of right now, it seems like TikTok is fine. Is TikTok fine for everyone so far? Haley, thank you for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yep, it's fine. Okay, good. All right. So, like, do you understand that, like, with the point that I'm bringing up of, like, there's problematic tendencies, particularly within the context of this religion?
yeah, no, I definitely understand. I have a question for you, Parker, as well. Do you not believe in God? Is there, or is this just your curiosity? You're asking people out of curiosity why they believe in God.
So I don't believe in God.
Okay, and is there a reason why? Is it because you physically need to see him to believe him, or talk to him to believe him?
I have good reason to believe that the Christian God doesn't exist because of contradictions, because of the fact that I can point towards even evidences, like within the context of the problem of evil, like an evidential problem of evil that can get you to dispute the probability, or a logical problem of evil that could get you to dispute the even like logical basis of it.
Is there evidence that Jesus Christ didn't exist?
Is there evidence that Jesus Christ didn't exist?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I believe Jesus did exist.
Okay,
I believe he just wasn't divine.
Okay, you just don't believe he was the Son of God.
Yeah, I just don't believe he was God.
Like part of God, like the Trinity, like all in one, all encompassing.
I think the Trinity is insane. I think there's no good reason to believe in that. VMC in the comment section, 2K3, send a guest request.
And you say Christian God, does that mean that there's a different God? Like another God out there?
There are other depictions of God, yeah.
Is there one that you particularly believe has better evidence, better, supporting evidence as a God?
No.
Like in another religion?
Oh, well, I mean, I just don't think any religion has good enough reason to believe it. Like, I don't think it has sufficient basis for it.
So you're saying like not even Hindu gods or
no, I don't believe in any God.
Okay. And is there but you believe in science more over God, like the Big Bang and all that? You believe in that over God?
Science doesn't necessarily contradict the idea of a God's existence.
Okay. All right. Well, I definitely, could see, it's hard for I would say it's very difficult for any human being to really convince someone of God. I think only God can do that. You know what I'm saying? But I believe, and this is just an opinion, I believe that if you truly were to search for the Christian God yourself, that because it does say in the Bible, ask and you shall receive, and look and I shall come. So I think if you truly looked for the Christian God,
I have throughout my life. I grew up Christian.
And really, wow, that's interesting. And you never got any closeness towards Jesus?
Nope.
Wow. Okay. Well, I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate it. It was a very nice debating. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, chat. Let's see if this starts the lag. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You Christian?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I believe I've had radical experiences with the Holy Spirit in my life, and I believe in the evidences that point towards my God specifically existing and working in our time, and I believe in the life, death, resurrection of Jesus and the divinity of him.
Okay. So you believe the resurrection occurred? Do you have any evidence?
My best evidence is the eyewitness testimony that we see throughout the Gospels.
Is there any first-person eyewitness testimony?
From the Gospels, no.
Okay.
It's all probably, I think it's third-person accounts.
Okay. Why are those sufficient?
They're sufficient simply because
aren't there third-person accounts for Prophet Muhammad's experience with the angel Gabriel?
Yeah, but
so
also,
why don't you accept that?
Well, I think it's because kind of the testimony of his story is that his story happens outside of space and time, you see. So the testimonies of Jesus resurrecting from the dead happen on earth in space and in time. So Muhammad sort of kind of fell through a trance. So everything that he experienced could have definitely been a hallucination, or it's more likely that that was just a concept of his mind. But
wait, where in the Quran does it say that?
Well, it says that he fell into a trance with the angel Gabriel, and that it was a vision that occurred to him.
What do you mean? You mean like that there was a vision? Isn't the same thing true for Moses? Isn't the same thing true for every other prophet?
Well, Moses actually was rewarded by seeing like God's actual body. He actually got to see like the back of God, and he received like direct dialogue from that.
Yeah, but you understand the devil could do that too.
Yes.
Okay, so then why are you saying that's unique to Christianity being accurate?
Because Moses would be able to decipher if it was the devil, just as like Adam and Eve were able to decipher that the serpent in the woods wasn't God, because Satan doesn't appear. Well, he does appear as God, but someone with the discernment or somebody who is a Christian would be able to discern that that was God specifically.
How are they able to discern?
Well, we have evidence from the Bible, especially in the book of Ezekiel. We hear that we're told that Satan is actually going to appear as something very beautiful, something very attractive. So we know that,
like Jesus.
Yeah, well, no, actually, more beautiful than Jesus, because Jesus wasn't beautiful as a physical human.
My girlfriend.
If you believe that, then yeah, I don't want to say anything about your girlfriend. Obviously, I don't
So
wanna be
then,
rude.
like, obviously, like my girlfriend would be the devil then.
No, because she's not actually the devil, but the devil could appear as her.
The devil could appear as my girlfriend, really?
Oh yeah, I mean, he can probably. I'm gonna assume that he can take any physical shape or form that he assumes.
Okay. Could he take the form of Jesus?
Yes.
So then, what makes you think that Jesus is God and not the devil?
Because he resurrected from the dead.
But couldn't the devil do that?
No.
Why not?
Because the devil can't really conquer death. He is the embodiment of death. Like sin and death entered the world when Adam and Eve obeyed the devil. So I don't think he can.
So the devil couldn't resurrect.
No.
Could the devil resurrect someone else?
I don't see any examples of that throughout Scripture.
But you don't need an example for it in order for the devil to have the power.
But I'm not going to believe it if there's not an example.
Okay, well, if you don't have reason, you're not going to believe it?
Yeah.
What reason is there for God to exist?
The testimonies of people throughout the past 1900 years that have said that God has existed. The
testimony of people, the people have testimonies for other religions. You don't believe those to be true?
No.
So then why do you only accept Christian testimony?
Because it's a sin to accept other testimonies.
So, but that's presupposing Christianity to be true.
Well, I already said I had radical confirmation by the Holy Spirit, and that's a part of the Trinity.
What is that? Did you just like feel good? Did the Holy Spirit touch you in weird ways?
I wouldn't say weird ways, no, but I would say, yeah, I definitely felt an exertion of a presence.
By weird ways, I just mean like the tingly feeling that people are saying, like the weird tingly feeling.
Not exactly a tingly feeling. There's much more to it than that. There's just a feeling of overwhelming joy and warmth that you don't get from just looking at a wall.
Well, I don't know how you associate that weird feeling with like it being a like God or religious. Like I don't understand how you can't associate that weird feeling you get with like any other natural explanation.
Like room temperature or like stress or like
well, like people explain different feelings. Like I've heard some people say it's like some warm feeling. That's why I said weird feeling, is because it's a bunch of different feelings that people bring. Some people say it's like a warm feeling they get like at a concert, right? Other people say it's just like some type of they think it to be true. That's all it is. It's just that they have some like push to think it to be true. So like that's why I said weird feeling, is that like there's different types of things people could be pointing to, and it's not really clear in their definition of what it is.
Yeah. If people experience it differently but associate it with God, I think another thing you have to understand is just the amount of faith that people have to believe in God.
I'm confused.
Like, people have faith that it is God.
Okay, that means belief without evidence, right?
No, there is evidence.
Okay, so what evidence?
The Bible.
Yeah, the Bible. Wouldn't people of other religions just say like the Quran or the Torah?
I don't think the Quran is. The Quran is, first of all, based. The Torah and the Quran are the Bible without the New Testament.
Wait, what?
The Quran and the Bible have books of the Bible that they don't have the New Testament, but they have a lot of Old Testament books.
Wait, what? Wait, in the I don't think the Quran is the Old Testament within it.
Does it not?
No.
I know that at least the Torah does have the first 5 books of the Bible.
It does. It what? That's the I know that you're thinking the Bible is the Torah, the Old Testament, and the New Testament. But I don't think that's in the Quran.
Have you read the Quran?
No, but I don't think that's in the Quran.
Yeah, I haven't read the Quran either, but yeah, I guess I was under the impression that it was.
VMC, send a guest request. I've been waiting for you to send a guest request. All right, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Oh no, I definitely am only 18, so I'm probably not.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
All right, already requested. VMC, no, you haven't. I've looked through my entire guest requests. You are not there. I've seriously looked through the entirety of the guest requests, and you are not. Bro's just lying to his chat. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm literally looked through the entire guest requests. And I tried to invite you by just clicking on your name, and it didn't let me. All right, all right. Let me get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you are Christian. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I just for some reason don't believe you. All right, let's go to this next person. Only send a guest request if you're Christian. By the way, everyone, we're doing this today because my debate with Jordan Peterson dropped today. It's about religion. So that's actually the only reason I'm doing it today specifically. Alrighty, let's go to the next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
You Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you have your height in your name?
People kept asking me what it was.
Okay. Sid,
Like they
thank
heard
you.
my voice and they were like, "Oh, how tall is this guy?"
Sid, think of it $10. Do you have to change my age? I do. Okay, so why are you Christian?
Well, I'm a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can I just like argue for just like God in general, like classical theism?
Can you argue for the Christian God? Because we're talking about Christianity.
I mean, perhaps I could try and argue that it would be the Christian God.
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Then what do you mean? Perhaps you'll argue. You're a Christian, bro. Argue your own view.
Yeah, sure, man. But it'd be the argument from motion, and I'd argue for the Trinity from that.
Okay, so you think the Trinity is logically coherent?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question, right? Yeah. Are they all identical? Like all the different notions of God?
What type of identity?
Like identical. Like you're saying it's 3 in 1, correct? They're all God?
Yeah. Like you talk about like
God the Father, is he 100% God?
Well, I wouldn't use a percentage, but yeah, he's
100% God?
Materially identical with God, yeah.
Okay. God the Son, 100% God, right?
Yeah, but they're formal aspects of God.
Holy Spirit is 100% God, right?
Yeah, they're formal aspects
Okay,
of God.
so they're all
improper parts.
So they're all 100% God, but they have different.
Yeah, they're improper parts. Yeah.
So if they have 100% God quality and they have differences, then they're all not 100% God.
How's that follow?
Because it is the case that 100% God is equal to 100% God, right?
Yes.
Okay. If 100% God is equal to 100% God, then there couldn't be differences between 100% God and 100% God.
Right. So I'm saying, like as you say, like qua God, yes, they are identical.
What do you say?
Like qua God. So like, what like I think Anselm said this. I think it was Anselm. He said like the Father is what the Son is, but he's not who the Son is. So when we're saying God,
yeah,
we're
so
talking
then
about
you're saying part.
So
you're saying that you're saying he's part. You're not saying he's whole or 100%.
No, I don't believe that parts.
Okay, well then to clarify, they're both 100% God, right?
Yep.
Okay, 100% God is 100% identical to 100% God.
Correct.
Okay, so 100% identical means no differences, correct?
Between them and God, yeah.
Okay, so is there a difference between the Father and the Son?
Yeah, but what is
well
relative?
then then they can't both be 100% God.
No, because I'm saying it's according to what's relative, right? Because they're formal aspects, right?
This is gibberish, bro. You're trolling.
They're formal. No, I'm not trolling. This is literally what like the Thomist. This is the Thomist position, right?
Yeah,
You know what
it's contradictory.
Do you know what a formal aspect is?
This is contradictory, bro.
Do you know what a formal aspect is?
I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Wait, does this sound better?
I can hear you. I don't know if it was the mic or.
I think it was because I had my charger plugged in.
Okay.
So, do you know what a formal aspect is?
A formal aspect?
Yeah.
No, clarify.
So it's like a way of conceptualizing a thing, like a definition, I guess you could say, of a thing. So, like, if we're talking about humanity, we could, or if we're talking about man, right, we could say humanity, and we could also say animality, right? They're just like definitions, right? They're just conceptually distinct. So only distinct in our minds.
Okay. Right? So let's just clarify one more time. Okay.
100%. So I'm trying to explain how I'm getting the real distinction between the persons. So I'm trying to explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm saying, all right, when two virtual distinctions, right, or two formal aspects mutually oppose one another, it creates a real distinction. All right, so for example, action and passion are formal aspects of motion, right? But because they oppose one another, therefore it creates a real distinction, right? That's what the term is. So.
Is a distinction in opposition?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I gave you an example. There's a is there lagging now, chat? That's rough.
There's it's not lagging for me.
I know, it's only lagging for the chat. That's the issue that's been happening.
Oh, I see.
We are how many minutes into the stream? We're about 33 minutes in. So it might be like 30 minutes in where that happens. This is not lagging. Okay. Okay, no lag. Okay, we're good. Sorry. So where were we just at?
Yeah, I was talking about how when we have two opposing formal aspects, then we have a real distinction between them.
Oh, okay. So like, let's just clarify. 100% God is 100% identical to 100% God.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Father and the Son.
Can I continue with that?
Sorry?
Can I continue with that real quick?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
It's okay. 100% God is 100% identical to 100% God. That means there's no distinctions. Okay?
In the whatness, yeah.
100% identical means no distinction, correct?
Correct, too.
So then if 100% God is no distinctions from 100% God, well, then both God the Father and God the Son cannot be 100% God if they have a distinction.
Well, I mean, the Father and the Son are distinct from God formally. So in definition.
So
because the definition of paternity is different from the definition of filiation.
Well, you're losing me. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm sorry. These are Latin terms. I should have clarified. So paternity is just being the one who begets the Son. All right, and then filiations being the one who's.
Before you go into this, can you respond to my specific point? Like, what about what I said doesn't follow?
What about how being 100%? Well, I'm agreeing that yes, in the absolute sense that you're talking about it, they would be identical. I'm saying in a relative sense, right? In relation, they're distinct.
I don't know what you're trying to say. In relation, they're distinct, but in actuality, they're not distinct.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so clarify.
There's two ways we can think about things, right? We can talk about them in and of themselves, and we can talk about them like when we refer them to another, right? So I'm saying in and of themselves, they're identical with God, right? But again, because they have these formal distinctions, right? When they're referred to one another, so
what do you mean by a formal distinction? Clarify.
Oh, just a distinction in definition.
Distinction in definition?
Yeah.
So there's a distinction in definition. That's the formal distinction. But then you're saying that they are in what way identical?
In what way identical? I'd say materially.
So you're saying there can be formal distinctions while they're materially identical?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Right. So humanity is materially identical to man, and animality is materially identical to man. But
Like here, can I give you like the way that I'm viewing this? Both of us are human, but we have distinctions, right?
Yep.
Is that the kind of way you're viewing it?
No.
No?
No, because
I'm 100% human. You're 100% human, right? We still have distinctions, right?
Yeah, right. But I'm saying that, well, no, because we'd say that the persons are the same substance.
Same substance.
All right, so we're materially distinct because we're different substances.
Okay. So yeah, so we're materially distinct. But you agree that both God the Father and God the Son are materially distinct, right?
No,
but you don't believe
they're materially identical.
They're,
I'm sorry, I said
they're
they're
materially
formally,
identical.
and then they're formally
Wait, does God the
distinct.
Father have a material form?
No, that's not what we mean by material.
Okay.
What I mean by that is that he's just identical in essence.
Identical in essence. So like so by essence, are you what do you mean? Do you mean
by essence? I just mean like the set of properties. Well, in God it'd be, because I believe in divine simplicity.
Set of propositions?
Just
by essence you mean
a property.
Oh, like a property? Okay.
Yeah.
So they have a
set of properties.
So you think being God is a property?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by that. So I'm saying that there's this. So I guess the one way you could catch out is that there's this omnipotent property, and when I say and I'm saying that all this property.
So being God is not a property.
Well, in the sense that I think you mean that, no.
No, it's not a property. So then you can't make this point. Like being human is a property.
No, because I guess I could say that omnipotence is just
that's why
an improper property.
Okay, so being God isn't a property; it's a description of who you are. It's like the same way as me as a person, Parker. Okay,
right.
100% Parker, 100% Parker, both the same person.
Right.
Parker get a job, Parker get a job. You can't tell me that there'd be a distinction between the two.
Between Parker get a job and Parker get a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no distinction.
No distinction.
Yeah.
Okay. So then God and God, there's no distinction.
Correct.
You agree? Because we're referencing a specific like person, right?
Oh, if we're referencing the persons, then no. If we're referencing the persons, then no. Because they're formally distinct and the opposing formal distinction.
So they're not the same. So they're different people.
Yeah. They're different relations.
Okay. So then there are distinctions.
Yeah.
So
there's
they're
real
not, so then God is so then they're not 100% God.
No, that doesn't follow.
Because you said God isn't a property.
I said God isn't a property, therefore they're not 100% God. What?
Restate that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not saying like how you're getting from me saying being God isn't a property to they're not 100% God.
So well then are you saying they're partially God?
No.
So they are 100% God.
Yeah, they're improper parts of God.
Improper parts. So
yeah, what I mean by improper.
It can't just be a part if it's 100%.
Yeah, correct. So improper part is just anything identical with the whole.
So improper part, you just mean identical with the whole. So okay.
Yeah, so here would be formal aspects.
So you just you just mean the whole.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
so that's not a part. That's not a part.
Improper parts. I'm saying no. This is how I'm defining it. So, for example, the Father, right? He's formally distinct. Right? He's distinct in the way we define Father and in the way that we define God. So that's how I'd say that they're parts, because they're parts in the way that we conceive of them. It seems like parts.
Not different in the way that we define God.
No, they are different.
So it sounds like you're saying God is a property.
How?
Because you're saying that God can be applicable to multiple different people.
Yeah.
Okay, if God can be applicable to multiple different people, well then how would it not be a property? It sounds like it's a property.
Well, what do you mean by property?
It's going to be like a trait.
A trait.
And you can ask me again, I'll say characteristic.
In a sense, you could say that.
Okay.
And again, I believe in the divine simplicity, so it's just like a singular characteristic.
So God is a trait and not a being.
No, he is a being. Right, but the traits are identical with the being.
Okay,
The
trait is identical with the being.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, well then here's the issue there, because there's differences in the beings. Because if you're just referencing one being, right, then that's going to be an issue with you saying that there's multiple persons.
How?
Really? Because
What's the conflict?
I think the conflict is the fact that you're referencing each distinct as a person, right? While also saying that there's only one distinct being. Right? If you're referencing a being,
right, yeah.
What is a person?
What is a person? Well, in God, we'd say it's an individual relation.
What do you mean?
Right, so we'd say that the Father, is paternity, which is the act of begetting the Son. We'd say the Son is filiation, which is the act of being begotten, and then the Holy Spirit is passive spiration, which is the act of being spirated or proceeded from the Father and the Son. Right, so we're saying that these are like different relations.
They're different,
and that's how they're distinct.
They're different relations. I'm confused how it being a different relation means anything. Do you want to clarify a little further?
Well, do you want me to explain how that gets the distinction?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so because when we have a relation, we have two things opposing one another. For example, if let's take a cause and effect, for example, that relation.
You were essentially saying that was a distinction, right?
Yeah, so a cause and effect, right? We take a cause and effect, right? Because these are correlative terms, all right? So like left and right, right? They can't be identified with one another. So I'm saying in the same way, because the Father and the Son are opposing terms of the relation, they can't be identified with one another because there's a mutual opposition there. But there's no mutual opposition between them and
they can't be identified to be equivalent because there's a distinction. Is that what you're trying to
say? So could you repeat that?
You're saying that they can't be identified to be equivalent because there's a distinction.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how that responded to my question, but
well, what was your question?
So what I'm asking you is if it's like a trait, right? And if it's not a trait, and if it's referencing a person, right? Then like how could it be the case that you're referencing 100% God and 100% God, and it is the case that there is a distinction? It would have to be a trait in order for it to be applicable to multiple different people.
Right. So again, I'm saying that the trait is identical with them. So the Father's trait, but if that's what we're going to term being God, right? We're saying that the Father's trait is identical with the Son's trait, and it is also identical with the Holy Spirit's trait. So if we take in omnipotence, right, we're going to say that there's not three omnipotences; they're just all identical in omnipotence. Right, so they're identical in whatness, and that's how we get one being. Because in what they are, they're identical. Right, but they're not identical in who they are because they're different relations.
Okay.
So that makes sense.
So they're the same in what they are, in being that. Okay, so okay, so but they're different in who they are. Okay. So when I ask who someone is, wouldn't you say that they're God?
I'd say that they're the person. So we'd say that what they are is God, but we'd say that who they are is either the Father or the Son or the Holy Spirit.
Okay, but couldn't who they are also be God? Like if I was referencing is Jesus God, who he is God. That's not just what he is, that's who he is.
Well, you could say that as a title. So I think the God means different things though. So one's more like functional, right? So
I'm confused why you're saying it doesn't reference the who when it clearly in that context would.
Well, I'm saying in that context it would be functional, so it does reference the who.
So,
but when I'm talking about them being the being of God or the whatness of God, I'm talking about that ontologically God.
I don't see how that gets around what I was saying. So you're saying, okay, so God is a nature.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you mean by nature?
Yeah, so it's just going to be the whatness of a thing. So the principle of the whatness.
The principle of the whatness.
Well, it's a principle that is the whatness of the thing.
You're just a whatness.
For example, the nature of a dog.
Whatness is a description of what it is, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're describing God, right, and it is the case that you're describing the whatness of God, is it the case that you can have 100% God and have a distinction between the two? They're both 100% God. There's a distinction between them.
If the distinction's absolute, then no. But if it's relational, then yes.
If it's absolute, what is the difference between absolute and a relational?
Well, absolute's something that's just in and of itself. So, for example, omnipotence isn't, a thing in reference to another thing. That's just something in and of itself. But being begotten isn't something in and of itself. It's something in reference to another thing, namely the act of begetting.
The acts of God the Father is not human.
No.
God the Son is human.
He took on a human nature.
They have a difference in their whatness.
No, because I believe there's two natures.
Two natures? I thought God was a nature.
Yeah, right. But the person took on another nature.
Then they have the same nature.
Which nature?
God, if God is a nature, right? Then they have the same nature.
Mm-hmm.
If they're both God.
Correct.
Okay. Then what's your point?
My point of what?
How can they both be 100% God with a difference?
Sorry?
How can they both be 100% God with a difference?
Because it's relational in the same way.
It wasn't. Them one being human, the other one not being human how is that relational?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the divine nature. So the human nature, right, is something that the person takes on. It's an addition to the person.
Addition to the person.
Yeah.
I understand. That means that they're okay. So is that a different person, the same person?
What, the Son? Is he a different person from what?
So then your view has to be is that it's not 100% God. It's part of God.
What, the Son?
Yeah.
How?
Because they're operating within the context of the whole. Because they have differences. The parts of a whole can have differences.
No, because they're relational differences.
The whole is the same as the whole. Do you agree?
Yes.
There's no differences in the whole versus the whole. There are differences in parts of a whole.
Well, I mean,
if there are differences, it's indicative of parts.
It depends on the type of difference.
If you're talking about them in reference to a whole.
Right, but I'm saying it depends on the type of difference.
The whole
so there can be a formal difference.
The whole is God. The parts are the Father and the Son.
No.
Okay.
In proper parts, yes.
Oh my God, no. Because then they would be wholes and then they can't be different.
No, because I'm saying they still can be different by relation, right? Because being distinct by relation is part of formal identity, not material identity.
What did I bring up that's in relation? I referenced human. What is
so
relation?
What's relation? I explained what relation was.
Clarify again, because apparently we didn't understand.
Oh, relation. Yeah, right. So relation is just a thing in reference to another.
A thing in reference to another. How is the characteristic of being human in reference to another?
Well, I thought we were talking about the persons in reference to another.
How is the characteristic of human in relation to another?
Are you asking how, like, the Son taking on a human nature doesn't entail that he has a different whatness from the Father? Is that what you're asking?
That would indicate that they have a different whatness.
Yeah, so what we would say is that in reference to his human nature, yes, he has a different whatness, but in reference to the divine nature, because we believe he retained the divine nature, then there is the same whatness.
So then part of them are God.
Part of what? The Son?
Yeah.
No? How's that follow?
That would follow that part of them is God then.
How does that follow?
Because it is the case that there are distinctions.
Right, but I don't believe all distinctions entail composition.
Let's say that one more time.
I don't believe that all distinctions entail composition, right? I don't think relative distinctions mean composition.
I think you're being unclear with your words here. When you say composition, you mean all things considered together, right?
Yeah, composition's just things that are, I guess you could say, distinct in reality from a whole, but they compose the whole.
Okay, so
they make up the whole.
Yeah, I'm not getting your point here in response to what I'm saying. Okay.
Because I'm saying they're different natures.
Okay, so their nature
Like,
isn't being God. What is their nature?
No, I'm saying that the human nature and the divine nature are different natures.
Okay, so divine nature and human
So
nature.
in reference
So
to
to clarify,
still,
so to clarify, Jesus has a divine nature and a human nature.
Yep.
And God the Father has just a divine nature.
Yep.
Okay, so to clarify, they're different.
Yes.
In their nature, that's in what they are,
No.
right?
No, because again, he still has the divine nature. Yeah, no, I'm saying he still has the divine nature.
That's in what they are.
So, okay, so if we're talking about in reference to divine nature, then they're identical. But if we're talking about in reference to the human nature, then yes, they would be distinct in their oneness.
So their difference in their oneness in what respect? Sorry, say that one more time.
Yeah, so they're different in oneness in respect to the Son's human nature and the Father's divine nature. But in reference to the Father's divine nature and the Son's divine nature, they're not different.
So their divine nature is the same, but the fact that one has a human nature and the other one does not is not the same. I get that. I understand. That means the divine nature part of them is God, right?
Part of the
other
divine nature.
aspects of them, the other aspects of them are not God.
Aspects of what? The divine nature?
The human aspect of Jesus is not God.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So then he's partially not God.
Correct.
So then he's not 100% God.
No, because he still has 100% divine nature. When we say he's 100% God, we mean he has a full divine nature.
Oh my god, dude! My brain is hurting, man. What you just said is totally incoherent.
Okay, what?
We just went over it. You were arguing that he
No,
was, you were arguing he was 100% God, and then I just got you to concede that he's not 100% God, right?
Well, again, when I say he's 100% God, I mean he has a full divine nature. He doesn't just have part of a divine nature. And then he's 100% human in the sense that he's again not just part of it.
Wait. He's not whole in divine nature because part of him
he
is human nature.
No.
Okay, so if he's whole in divine nature, then there's no human nature.
No.
Well, okay, if you are 100% divine nature, there is 0% in order for you to allocate to any other nature.
Again, no, because we believe persons can unite.
Okay, Iron, I'm going to kick you. Stop. No, I'm going to be hard line on this. No. If you are 100% of one thing, you've used up all the percentage points of nature you can reference.
No, because we believe things can have multiple natures. Yes, we do. That's our metaphysics. We believe they can have multiple natures.
I understand, but then part of their nature is this, and then the other part of their nature is... Wait, what do you mean multiple natures?
No, because they're two natures. They're not the same nature.
Wait, what is nature?
What is nature? I told you, it's the principle of the oneness of it.
The principle, all things considered what they are. So then how could you have different natures then?
No, that's not it.
Then what do you mean?
Right, so a nature, right, is a certain individual, I guess you could say, substance, right?
Individual substance.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Substance.
Individual substance.
I guess you could just say that's an instantiation of like a kind. Like, so a dog's substance is an instantiation of the kind dog.
The kind of dog? That would be their substance?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You said the kind of dog would be indicative of their substance?
What do you mean by indicative? I don't know what that word means. Could you define?
Showing of this.
It would dictate what like the nature actually is. Yeah, in that sense, yeah.
Okay. Wait, what would dictate the nature again? Sorry, clarify that.
Well, what would dictate what the nature is what it's instantiating, what kind it's instantiating.
Okay, So are you saying that you're saying dogs can have multiple different kinds? So you could have multiple different natures. But then if you're saying a dog has multiple different kinds, you're not saying they're 100% this kind and 100% the other kind at the same time. You're
When I say
saying
dogs,
you're saying they're 60% one kind, 40% the other kind.
when I say dogs can have kinds.
What? I'm what?
You said I said dogs can have kinds. When did I say that?
Do you think there's different kinds of dogs?
Yes, but that's still that's still the nature of a dog. I think these would just be like accidents, like the different.
What is this guy saying, bro?
Species.
Are you trolling? I really hope you're trolling because this is like some real gibberish. I'm trying to.
No, wallahi, I'm not trolling.
I'm trying to dig through the gibberish, bro.
Okay, well, any time, like if you don't understand the time, you can just ask me.
That's what I've been trying to do, but it seems like just gibberish.
Okay, so just tell me which term.
Nature.
Nature. All right, so that's a substance, right? And I'd say a substance is just some individual instantiation of a kind of thing. Or we could just say it's some individual instantiation in general.
Okay. Can something be...
Actually, hold on, I'd make the analogy to like...
Something can have multiple kinds of something, if you're referencing the same thing. If it is the case that you're referencing that each kind of it that you're referencing, if there's multiple kinds,
Sorry,
doesn't amount to 100%.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm gonna go insane, bro. Okay, the kind. Okay, if you have multiple kinds, okay, that is indicative of the idea that, or I mean, that means you can't go over 100% of one kind, or I mean, two kinds. It has to be within 100%. So when you say multiple kinds, that would be indicative that there's parts then.
Well, it depends. If we're talking about the like subject as a composite, then
I'll kick you.
If we're talking about the subject, if we're talking about the subject as a composite, so like we say this subject has two natures, then yeah, we would say that the natures are parts.
So the natures are parts? You'll say that?
If we're talking about like the subject as a whole, like as a composite, yeah.
Thank you. Finally, Jesus Christ. God damn it, dude. So then Jesus is part human, part God.
In a sense.
Okay. Well then,
in the sense that he has well, how do I phrase this?
Didn't I just get you to commit to heresy?
No. All right, because I still believe he has 100% divine nature. I believe he has a full divine nature.
So incoherent, bro. I can't.
How is it incoherent?
Iron. I just went over this, and I can't do this over and over again. This actually, like, this takes me to the logical extremes of how much I'll be able to engage with it. Okay? Because you're saying it can be 100% divine nature and then still be some percent human.
Yeah, it'd be 200%.
We're referencing one person. How could it be 200% if we're referencing one person?
Because we're referencing
the max it can be. The max it could be in reference to one person is 100%.
We're referencing them to a nature, and the natures are really distinct. So that's one nature.
I'm kicking it 200%. Shut the fuck up, dude. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's genuinely ridiculous. That is just like insane. I can't believe I was having that conversation. All right. Yeah, we're really lagging on TikTok. I'm going to tell everyone to go over to my YouTube channel, and I'm just going to go to my third account. I'm only going to be live for another hour and 15 minutes. TikTok is so unusable. Why is this happening? Why is it lagging like this? It's so weird. It's not my internet. It's literally just TikTok. Amelia, I'm not promoting mixing religion with politics. If anything, I'm arguing against religion, which is arguing against them utilizing religion within politics. All right, I'm gonna go to my third account. Parker, get a real job. Go there. Go to my YouTube as well. Parker, get a job on YouTube. I love y'all. I'll be debating people on YouTube, so go to my YouTube and guest request on YouTube. I'm just gonna be on. The only reason I'll be on TikTok is because I'll be like marketing people from TikTok to go there. So I'll be on Parker Needs a Job, actually. So go over to YouTube. I'll be debating people on YouTube for the next hour and 15 minutes, probably. Otherwise, then I'm gonna get off for tonight. But yeah, I love y'all. Go to my YouTube channel, Parker Get a Job. You can comment on YouTube if you have an account. All right. It's so brutal, chat. The lag is actually so unfortunate, chat. I wish I could fix the lag. Alrighty. Alrighty. All right. We're gonna get some debates here on YouTube. If you've been waiting in the YouTube stream, we will be getting to you right now. Don't worry. We'll be getting some debates up. If you are Christian, type in the private chat. Let me know if you're Christian. TikTok is so unusable, bro. It's so unusable. Couldn't log in. Okay. We'll try a different. Oh my gosh, I have to log in. No way. I literally don't know the password. Wait, hold up. There we go. What? I don't know the password actually. 1 second. We'll get a thing here real quick. Alrighty, give me 1 second. Oh. All right, I'll figure out how to fucking do that. Oh my gosh, of course. You know, everything just has to not work. It's so great, dude. I'm really frustrated with how everything works sometimes. It's like everything that could go wrong possibly does. All right, I'm gonna get people up here. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up, Jasmine? Did you vote? Or sorry, are you Christian?
Yeah,
Okay, so why are you Christian?
somewhat. I'm really actually spiritual because with that religion, there would just never be peace. And that is just why. But I think when I think about it, all religions will come down to one thing. It's always down to one person, right? So that religion can be about Buddha. They don't know about Jesus. Maybe they do. But all I know is that it comes down to this one creator of our creations. But see, I know that you like science a lot. And so I'm over here wanting to tell you about some scientific facts. Is that cool?
Science of what?
Because I know you believe in science and not spirituality, not Christianity or nothing like that. You believe in science because you have to see it to believe it, right?
No, I don't have to see it to believe it, but I do believe
You
in
don't have to
science.
see it to believe it? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, I just want to let you know that I've been seeing you on Jubilee a lot, and then I just hopped off of the Jordan show on Jubilee, and that's why I hopped on with you right now. So I just want to let you know. I just want to start this off with the one who resurrected himself is in us, and we're not gods, but we're saints, right? And the one who made I know that the Bible is being rewritten so many times, but that's just because a lot of like scriptures like it's the same thing though. But the disciples wrote the Bible, right? Okay, so that's why God is spiritual. I mean, he's the whole spirit. Jesus came down as flesh because everybody was being drunkards, adultery. So that's why he sent down his son to die for our sins. Why? That's why we will never die. We will have nightmares, dreams, daydreams. We have ghosts, aka spirits. We will never die. Isn't that crazy? Poetry guys, whatever it's called, we will never die.
You don't think people die?
This is okay. Me moving my body like this is my spirit. It's not my it's my spirit moving my body. So when my body stays on this earth, my spirit will always be around because there's ghosts. Even when we go to sleep, we have dreams. We will never die.
I don't believe in ghosts. Okay.
You don't believe in spirits.
What evidence do you have that ghosts exist?
I mean, look, thank God that I never seen one, but there's spirits around, like, you know, things closing, opening, the show is moving and all that stuff. There's spirits. There's haunting.
That doesn't mean there's spirits. That means there's wind. That means that there's
not wind inside the house.
That means that
there's not
gravity.
wind inside the house.
That
Gravity.
There can be wind inside of houses, and there absolutely is gravity.
So when the gravity opens up the drawers and stuff and closes it. Throw something at somebody.
Where are you
getting
let me
ask
from?
you this. No, I'm getting this from because it's reality. There is ghosts. There is spirits around. I'm saying we will never die because he killed, like when he died for our sins, when his blood just dropped, we want eternity life. Like there's no death. We will always live forever. That's where I'm going with that. And also, do you believe in the devil?
Okay. Hold up, Jasmine. No, I don't. So again, we have literally no evidence to believe in anything that you're referencing. You're just choosing to believe in this because you feel like it. I don't think that's a good enough standard to like base a belief on.
No, this is just spiritual. There's just facts. No, there is spirits around. That's why when we go to sleep, we have
You're choosing that
dreams.
because you feel like it. No, that's not.
But what I'm saying is when we go to sleep, we have dreams.
No evidence that you have no evidence that's what causes dreams.
But what I'm saying is if we don't have dreams is such things. Dreams are real, right? That's because we will never sleep. Like our spirit never sleeps. It goes on forever. So what you're saying is when you die, that's the end of Parker.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that your soul will always be there. That's what's in us. That's what's moving my body. Let's just hop off that then. Okay, so like I know this sounds weird, but you believe in science, you believe in vision things. So dogs have ears to hear, dogs have mouths to eat, plants even multiply as well. Plants is sometimes male and female. Bears even have cavities, just like us. We have eyes to see, mouths to eat, and then we can multiply too. What kind of science? What is that? What kind of scientifically fact can you connect to that to make it surreal that they have all connection? Because why? We have one creator. God created us. We have only one dad, one father.
Do you expect me to provide like a different response to that? You're just gonna keep making claims that you believe in things, and I'm gonna say there's not good evidence.
It's not that I believe; it's what I see. I see it.
What
I see that
was
the
there?
dogs have ears, just like us.
What was the evidence that you were referencing?
What I'm saying is, what do you mean? What I'm saying is God created everything. God is the creator. That's why everybody has ears to hear, eyes to see.
Yeah,
even
you made a claim that God created everything. What evidence do you have of that?
Exactly. What evidence do I have on that? Because fishes have eyes, they breathe. Bears
Fish
have
having
cavities.
eyes is not evidence that God exists.
I mean, what I'm saying is something had to create all of us, and he created all of us just almost the exact same thing. Just like having ears to see. We have even monkeys can grab stuff just like we can. And what I'm saying is we are creation is what I'm saying.
You've cut out. Again, you believing that God created it is not evidence of that being true. You have to actually
There
provide
is evidence because everybody has eyes. How is science can explain that?
Evolution.
Evolution. So where does horses evolve from? No.
Do you believe in evolution?
You have to be broad and open-minded. You're like, I don't know what happened in your life for you to not even
I'm asking,
think
do you
that there
believe
is
in
a God like
evolution?
that.
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't. I believe that there's only one creator and he made everybody. He made every living thing, even plants, even animals, even amphibians, reptiles, even back to everything.
I
Like I'm
understand
saying,
you keep making that claim, but you understand
okay,
that God could have made the evolutionary process. Plus, you're denying fossil record because you deny evolution.
it's not
Do you
evolution. I
think
don't
that
believe in science. I believe in spirituality.
Jasmine,
I believe that there is a God
do you
that made
think
everything.
hold up, I have a question. Do you think dinosaurs existed?
Yeah, yes, because there's fossils.
That's science. Girl, that's
Okay, but that's
evolution.
fossils though. But okay,
What?
so people, okay, yeah, that's why it's fossil scientists because God gave them the power and the will to go ahead and just go dig up stuff and stuff like that. They didn't just make it up on their own and just saying, okay, I want to dig something up. Just like God created the whole cities and the whole everything else because God gave that mentality just something and somebody. People just don't be smart on their own. No, it has to be something more than that. What I'm saying is like, yeah, I keep saying the same thing, but you're not understanding me. Like everything has eyes to see. It's not about revolution. It's about hello. There's something going on. We're all connected. Like you and me are brother and sister through Christ. I know it sounds dumb, but look at your palm. You see that M on my palm? You see how you stitched us all up together? You see that M? You do, because every single body has that, Parker. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to get down to your level. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, he called us mine. This is stitches. He stitched us all up.
Jasmine, that's not a stitch. That's literally just human biology, right? Because of evolution.
But what I'm saying is, you have to think. You have to
There's
like.
fossil records that justify this.
Okay, you just have to fear the Lord in the beginning of the knowledge. Only fools despise wisdom and knowledge. What I'm
The
saying is,
only
I'm
one
giving you proof.
despising wisdom is you when you don't require evidence for beliefs to be true.
I'm giving you proof.
You're
I'm
not.
showing you proof. Like there is worldwide. There's a lot of animals that look just like I mean, just have the same similarities as us. And you saying it's revolution? It's not
Yeah,
revolution
that is absolutely evolution.
or evolution. No, it's not. And I'm telling you, like,
It is.
it's not.
That's
It's not. Like
actually
you okay?
evidence of
So whenever
evolution.
like this world right here is the whole valley of the shadow of death. We make our own hell. So there will be one day. So just like when Jesus resurrected, he was going to come again. And I firmly believe that. And then every knee will bow down. But God, you're going to go ahead and be an atheist, whatever, how long you want to be. You have this rock on you, right? And maybe you don't have your own testimony. And I literally firmly believe that the God that was with me, I have proven to believe that there was angels that saved me. You're not going to have the same thing as me, but one day you are going to see that and know that. But that's just not going to be on us. It's going to be on you. I'm just here to plant the seed. And my seed was that everything is not evolution. It's about we have only one creator. We will never die because we don't ever, even in our sleep, we have dreams. And that's just what I feel. We have synchronicities all around us.
That's because you're still alive. When you dream,
Okay,
you're still alive.
But our soul never dies.
I have a question. I have a question. Did you have
What?
dreams before birth?
Yes, we do have dreams. We have dreams like we're in like 2 months, 3 months. We
You
would
said
never know,
before.
but we have a heartbeat. So how do you know?
Let me
How do
clarify.
we know? How do I know and you know that we have dreams?
Did you
When we were in our mom's
sorry,
womb?
let me clarify. Did you have dreams before you existed?
How do I know that and you know that? We will never know that. That's the beauty of life because we will never really know. But I
No,
do
we
know
didn't.
this though.
We didn't have dreams.
How do you know though? I don't know, but how do you know?
Because we didn't exist.
Not yet, but what I'm saying is, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. All I'm telling you is like I already planted that seed. I already gave you evidence on how we all connect together with our palms in
The
our hand.
fact
And
that
I had
you
so
think
much
you're
to
the
say, but
one,
now I'm like,
wait, hold on. The fact that you think you're the one planting the seed here is ridiculous. When you're literally, I'm planting the seeds for critical thought here. Gerard, thank you for the
what is
$6.66.
evolution and science?
Thank you so much, Gerard, for the $6.66. Thank you.
For the evolution and science, there's more to it than
Joe,
life
thank you
than
for the $5 and
evolution and
organic. Thank you for the
science, Parker.
$10. Joe, also again, thank you for the $5. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. as well as thank you for the $10. Thank you.
There's more to it than life about just science and evolution. I promise you that. And just remember who I am, because I'm promising you, every
you
knee
can be
will bow
Christian
down.
and believe in evolution. You can
I'm
be
not
Christian and
Christian.
believe in
To be
science.
honest with you, I'm not Christian. I'm spiritual.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that's why the conversation we've had has gone nowhere, because what you believe in is just like you can't even clearly define it. That's
I
also why
can,
I
because everything
specifically
has
like
eyes
try to
to
debate.
see. I mean, I'm trying to speak it to your type of point of view, your knowledge that you won't understand. Like, okay, so you have to see something to believe it. What I'm saying, how is everything like having the same things as us? And you're saying is evolution. Evolution just is what made evolution?
Yeah, again, when I say I don't know what led to the Big Bang, right? You immediately take that to be like, oh, that justifies me believing something with no evidence. Okay, well then that's just as justified. You
There
being
is
spiritual
evidence, because everybody has the same thing: mouths to ears, thumbs, guts.
Jasmine. You believing in your spirituality is just as valid as me believing that Stewie Griffin is the creator of the universe and created us through a temporal loop. It's simply just as justified as that.
How?
And I
There's
think
no
that's a
proof.
ridiculous standard because there's no proof.
There's no proof.
That's the
There
point.
is proof that he did get out of that tomb. There is proof that he got resurrected. That is proof.
You aren't Christian. You don't even believe that. Stop. I'm gonna go talk to someone who's Christian.
I'm
What are you talking
spiritual
about?
because I feel like I'm Catholic because I respect the Virgin Mary.
So you are Christian.
If anything, I'm just spiritual.
Okay. All right. You can be spiritual in the guest box. All right. If you're a Christian, type it in the comment section right now in the private chat. Type it in the private chat. All right. Yo, what's up? Are you Christian?
Yeah, it's actually my husband that wants to debate you, though.
Nice.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Awesome. Hey, I just want to say I appreciate you going out and doing all this. I can tell that it's got to be just wearing you down. So I think one of the biggest fallacies of Christianity in the sense of other people trying to preach is they bring in a Bible that if you don't necessarily have faith in it, makes it real difficult to follow or to track or to even prove, because the essence of Christianity is in faith itself. So my question is this: can we at least strive for maybe a preponderance of doubt? Does that make sense?
A preponderance of doubt. Like, are you saying that like I have some above zero chance that Christianity is true?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there is no way that I'm going to prove to you unequivocally that there is a God. If I could do that, I'd be making bank working for the papacy or something like that, you know? But if we can just at least work towards moving you just a little bit closer to the possibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we can talk about the problem of evil then. Let's talk about that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so like how do you reconcile with the idea that there are, natural disasters, things specifically that are causing suffering and pain and that are not a result of free will?
So I think one of the most difficult things to reconcile is that. And the issue is, how does one justify evil occurring to us? And the fact is that, that saying where they say you don't know your friends until, hardship hits, and then look around and see who's still there. That really kind of explains it. Nobody necessarily is deserving of evil. And I don't necessarily think that there's some omnipotent God creating evil upon specific individuals or smiting individuals, because that in and of itself destroys free will. However, when the apple of knowledge was consumed, humanity itself gained the ability to discern evil from good. And the problem with that is that how can you truly discern evil from good if you never experience evil yourself or have witnessed it? Does that make sense?
Are you saying God, prior to experiencing evil, did not understand the difference between good and evil?
So that's where I believe God understood the difference, similar to
you
the
don't
way
have to experience it and to understand it.
So how do we know what God's experiences were prior to creating man?
So you're saying God, there was a point where God did not have that knowledge, because then that would mean that at some point God was not all-knowing.
So that is the infallibility of God is something that I do struggle with myself, in the sense that any decision made by God in that moment is the right decision. But if you look at scripture, you can clearly see that even God errs in their decision, for the simple fact that when God created Adam, thought everything was kosher, and then thought, oh, you're going to be alone, let me go ahead and make Eve, I need to make you a counterpart. Did not realize in the moment that Adam was faulty in his own design. Does that make sense?
That means he is not all-knowing.
So that's where the question is he all-knowing of all knowledge that exists at that current point?
Oh, so you're saying he doesn't know things that are going to happen in the future?
Not within his world line, no.
So he knows everything that could happen in the future. He just doesn't know which one will be selected?
Yes. So are you familiar, or have you ever paid attention to like Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of them explaining multiple dimensions?
Yes, to some degree.
So it's similar. We're looking at it from a point of view of a 2D. We see a circle, it's a circle. We see the edges. We can't step over it. Like, we don't necessarily understand the full gravity of what we're staring at. I believe God is similar in that sense, that while God is able to see the future impacts of every decision made, they don't necessarily have the opportunity to know exactly what decisions are going to be made, because if they did, that would violate free will.
If he knows all the potential outcomes, why doesn't he know which one will be selected?
Because of the fact that free will exists in the sense of how we make a decision. And this is where we bring in that evil or the cataclysms. We all are raised a certain way. I'm a big believer in the functions of behavior, and there was some research in the 70s and 80s about the coding of human design.
How could you say someone's all-knowing without having knowledge of the future?
Because has the future occurred yet, is the question.
Well, that doesn't change anything. They wouldn't be all-knowing if they don't know the future.
Not necessarily. If something hasn't occurred explicitly, if an event hasn't occurred, then there is nothing to know. The dominoes haven't fallen yet.
There is. Wait, for example, are you saying that for us prior to the election, there's nothing like that, or that God didn't know who would have won the election?
I think that and you're bringing up some great points, and you're actually making me stutter a little bit, so I appreciate that. The issue that I have with is, I don't necessarily see God as an entity within this dimension. And I'm not talking like super crazy dimensionality, but I'm talking about beyond our understanding. So being able to see all of the possible paths, I believe that God knew that there was an outcome in which Donald Trump won. But whether or not that was our specific outcome wasn't something that was solidified. Does that make sense?
No, try one more time.
Okay. So, the Plinko balls. You know that if you drop a Plinko ball inside of because you're an economics major, correct? Or finance?
Economics.
Okay. So there's a probability that it's going to land somewhere in the middle, depending on how those Plinko pegs are lined out. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can always predict exactly where it's going to go, because there is some variability in that decision making. So God has an idea of the paths that are possible, but not necessarily the paths that we will ourselves take. And I think that that's where Christianity falls. And I am a Christian.
Let's restate my question. Prior to the election, didn't God know that Donald Trump would win?
That's a great question. I do not know, because of the fact of free will. If God knew the entirety of the future, then God would have anticipated Adam and Eve eating the apple, would have anticipated the satanic overthrow or the attempted coup. And the question is if God knew that, does God know a greater plan than what I know? And so we start getting meta with it. Does that make sense?
So to me, that sounds like God doesn't know all things.
God does not know all things that are to come necessarily. God has their own world line.
To me, that sounds like he's not all-knowing.
All-knowing to us. It's similar. I'm I think Christianity and religion go hand in hand with the hologram theory.
If I was all knowing, would I know what the winning lottery ticket is?
You would within your soft or within your development area, yeah.
Or would I know who gets that ticket?
Not necessarily. Not if they have free will programmed.
Okay, well, I think that's where I think that we would hugely disagree. I think obviously you would know.
So you would know that it was a possibility, but you're saying that you would know exactly how it would play out?
Yeah, I think that you should if you're all knowing.
And that's the question is there pre-programmed variability within the decision? Because if he's all knowing, then there is no free will. And that in and of itself contradicts what the apple was supposedly giving us.
That's what the apple is supposed to be giving us.
So sorry, the tree of knowledge, the eating of the apple wasn't necessarily making them more knowledgeable. They still had the ability to maintain the land and stuff prior to that, but it was the ability to understand right from wrong and to actually make decisions based on themselves. So if God is all knowing of every opportunity that we can possibly take and which opportunities we're going to take, that defeats free will in and of itself.
If you're knowledgeable of the idea of what someone's going to do, that doesn't mean you caused what they're going to do. Also, that doesn't dispute that God is all. Wait, so, are you arguing because of that free will defense that it has to be the case that God doesn't know the future? Well, then you're just arguing against the idea that God's all knowing.
So,
or could be all knowing.
So, may I start from a point real quick that maybe kind of explains my background. I see God as an omnipotent and all-knowing being in that moment. However, if you were to take God and compare God to another God, there is change, there is variability. But within our universe, God is all-knowing. Does that make sense?
Within our universe, he's all-knowing, but he doesn't know the future. Like I understand you're trying to refer to this thing called open theism, right? Where like God doesn't know what is going to be the set of occurrences in the future. But to me, that sounds like they're not all-knowing, because you think about like any type of notion of all-knowing, you're gonna think about the idea that they know all true facts.
So. And I think I see what you're saying.
You're arguing that there's no truth of a fact.
There's not.
To the point it happens. And I would dispute that.
So
here's the question. Is there a truth about whether or not the sun will come up tomorrow?
No. And it sounds like I'm being absurd or being obstinate, but I'm not. The fact of the matter is that there is no solid truth. That there's no proving a truth without using another truth that you have to assume as truth. So we don't know what could occur tomorrow.
Is it the truth that Earth will exist tomorrow?
It's a likelihood, yes. Probability, yeah. It should exist tomorrow.
Okay.
Like I know that sounds crazy, and maybe this will help.
That's why. So like, I'm not saying you need certainty in order to establish truth.
Yeah. Let's say the most true statement is yes, the earth will be here tomorrow with the sun. Humanity will continue. Trump, as long as Trump doesn't push any stupid buttons.
So you're just saying it's not like certainly true.
It's not certainly true. No, there's uncertainty within the universe.
Of course, I wouldn't dispute that.
Yeah, but in this moment,
I don't know what the point is for saying that though. Like,
because I think where we need to differentiate. So God is all knowing in the moment, but not necessarily in the uncertainty of what the next moment will bring. Does that make sense?
So again, we only have uncertainty because we're not all knowing.
True. And I feel like that's a fair point. I don't know God's idea or knowledge, and to me to even try to fathom it would be foul. Like I would screw it up. Very similar to a child being raised, in the sense that we don't always know, or even a pet, we don't always know what's going on or why it's going on, but we have like what we are told is that God is making decisions to help strengthen us as entities. Does that make sense?
No, I lost you.
No, that's okay. Okay. God's decisions, we don't always understand. What happens or what we experience, we don't always understand. And I don't believe that God is in charge of every single event in our life. However, I do believe that there is a plan. A prime example, I don't think that my animals are going to get hurt. But when they are hurt, I do things that they may see as mean, but are ultimately for their good. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're arguing that things can have suffering within them, but have all things considered good outcomes.
They should.
No one's
Yes.
disputing that. For example, with vaccines, you give your kid a vaccine, they're going to be
Mhm.
like, they're going to cry when they get it sometimes, right? But yeah, it's still good for them to get it. I understand what you're trying to say there.
Mhm.
What we're not getting though is that there are gratuitous evils that exist in the world that don't produce any great positive outcome in the long run.
So I actually had this debate with my son, and we were talking about the H guy. I don't know if I can say it on StreamYard or whatnot, but Hitler did atrocities, and the fact of the matter is, nobody can explain as to why that would occur. But hopefully, the outcome is that it brought in the UN, it brought in, observation teams in an attempt to mitigate that kind of harm in the future. I don't necessarily understand that was the outcome, but there can be an outcome that I don't necessarily understand in this moment. I'm not saying Hitler was good or, I'll straight out say that he was evil. Why that evilness had to occur, I don't necessarily know. It could be something beyond. And I'm not even saying or trying to justify saying that.
You are arguing the evilness of Hitler had to occur, right?
I'm arguing it did occur. Did it have to occur? That's the choice of humanity. That was the choice of Hitler in the moment. And what led to Hitler's decision, I don't necessarily know.
I don't think it had to occur because it is the case that God could have done something. Is it logically possible that God could have prevented the suffering caused by Hitler without getting rid of free will?
No.
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 So it isn't possible for God to say create different environmental conditions insofar as that Hitler would have not done that, or that Hitler wouldn't have been birthed in the first place.
So had that occurred, it would have been altering free will, even on a microscopic level, even for an individual.
To create the environment in one way comparative to another way.
Yeah,
well, that's what he did with the entirety of reality, the entirety of the environment of the earth, right? And the environment of everything was created in the way it was. So I'm just saying, if God made it a different way.
I mean, there's that possibility. It's where does a Plinko ball fall? And I don't necessarily understand as to why that would have occurred. If I could give you that answer, I could explain God to you easily.
Okay, so it seems like you don't have an explanation for that then.
The trials and tribulations, and this is something that was brought up earlier about.
Let's clarify this. God is perfect, right?
In that moment, yes.
That means he exists in a maximally great state, correct?
Yes.
If he exists in a maximally great state, why would he ever choose to leave that state?
Because there may be something within God's world line that changes.
Okay, so it's not maximally great anymore.
It's maximally great.
God existing alone is maximally great, right? Then there's nothing more desirable than God existing alone. God's existence is the most desirable thing.
Within our experience, yes.
What do you mean?
So
not just us, but to him.
So, well, I guess go ahead and rephrase that. I'm sorry.
God's existence is maximally great.
In that moment, yes.
It means it's the most desirable thing that could exist.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, God is God of all gods within our unit, within our experience. And this is where I'm going to lose a lot of Christians. In all honesty, like your traditional, Christianity of there's only one God. If there's only one God, there would be no need for a commandment to say, thou shalt have no other gods above me. God, obviously, there might exist other gods within other realms. I don't necessarily know that. So God is perfect within our existence. That is what we should all strive to be. And that's where Jesus comes in. Jesus is kind of monkey see, monkey do. You're supposed to behave that way in the best way that you can. Does that make sense?
You're supposed to behave in the way that clarify.
Okay, no, that's fair. So the way that I see Christianity was God gave a set of commandments through all that. Humanity screwed it up. Ended up trying to read in between the lines and do all this sorts of stuff. So God comes down to earth within the form of their son and shows us this is how you can live. If I can live in this terrible world, a life of piety, so can you. Now, that if you look at Jesus, if you look at Muhammad, if you look at, there could be any number of different kinds of people. Well, maybe Muhammad's a bad example, but if you look at Gandhi, there are multiple examples of how humans can love their neighbor in spite of the atrocities that occur. And that's ultimately what we're achieving, is we're trying to do the right thing out of love and not out of malice or judgment.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Sorry.
So you're trying to do the right thing without malice. I'm confused how that response. What was
your question?
To respond to?
So you asked about God being perfect.
No, that was my question. What was the point you were responding to?
So you were asking about God being the perfection that we seek. God's decisions are not made of malice, but rather an identity of trying to help us become the best.
I understand, but I'm saying, why would God choose to go from a maximally great state to the state that we're in right now? And you're saying because he's so great. I understand you're saying he's great, but the point that I'm making is that why would he choose to go from the best possible state to any other state? Because he could have either gone to the same level of desirability, a state with the same level of desirability, or a state with less desirability. So there's no reason for him to move from the initial state because he's already in the most desirable position on the board.
You're right. And why would they have done that? I don't know. And by the way, I use they because I genuinely believe God is neither male nor female. It just is. But why do people have kids? It would be so much easier in my life.
We're not perfect because
we're not perfect.
Having children adds to our lives. But there seriously is nothing you could have added to God because he's perfect. If there's nothing in which you could add to God in which you could make it better, well, then there would be no reason for God to add anything.
True. That's a very valid point. There's no how do we make God better? I don't necessarily know. And I've had that conversation. Any God that I'm worshiping is not creating me solely for the purpose of worship. There has to be something, and I don't necessarily have that answer. I would love to give it to you. I don't have it. Okay. But I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, believe that there has to be a God or something beyond ourselves. Because if there is not something beyond ourselves, then what creates the uncertainty that we experience? Why can we not explain the things around us?
Why can we not explain the things around us because of what reason? Sorry.
No, that's fine. If there is no God, there is no uncertainty. The universe does what it does for a specific reason. It's just the way things are. I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I don't see how if there's no God, there's no uncertainty.
No, you're fair. So the idea, there's got to be something beyond what we understand. Even physically, even on all of those cases, there's something beyond what we understand. Whether God is an entity, whether God is a programming code, whatever God is something that has led to the environment in which we exist. Because if there wasn't anything controlling that environment, then why does it persist? Why would the Big Bang even have occurred? If entropy explains the dissolution of things and trying to seek a area of less energy, why wouldn't it just be nothing? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
You're saying if God exists, right, that's the only way to produce life. And you're saying if it is the case that Oh no, I'll steal, man. You're saying it's unlikely for life to exist if it's natural.
It's unlikely for anything to exist if it's natural. Yes.
Yeah, you could say it's unlikely for anything to exist regardless. That's not a reason why it doesn't exist. For example, it's unlikely I would exist. It's unlikely you would exist.
Yeah.
But we exist.
Yeah.
Because things are unlikely is not a reason to believe it didn't exist. Right. And especially if there is no other explanation for the matter.
And that's where I would say just because things are unlikely doesn't necessarily give them reason to not exist, just as you said. But you can't see a God, you can't prove a God, but does that necessarily mean that there's not something in control of our universe?
It just means that I don't have good reason to believe it. I'm not saying there is no type of God that exists.
Yeah.
There could be a deist notion of God.
Yeah.
Right. I just don't believe it because I have no evidence.
And I think we could probably agree on that. That I don't necessarily agree that Christianity is the end all be all. And even Billy Graham, with as fundamentalist as he could be, said that if there were aliens and other life out there, that God would have given them a path to salvation. So if that's the case, and if that's something we can consider, then there must be other paths to salvation within the tongues of other men and women in this planet. So the idea that Christianity is the end all be all doesn't necessarily have to be. And I know that that's probably an absurd idea. But the God is the God.
Yeah, sure. Is there any other things you'd like to talk about around?
No, I appreciate it. You know, I came up here thinking, oh, I'm going to wipe the floor with him. I'm going to convince him by the end of it going, he's going to go, oh yeah, no, you're right. To be honest, you gave me a lot to think about and I appreciate it. It's not every day I get to sharpen my mind.
I appreciate you.
So
thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Bye.
That's what I hope to do. That's what I hope to do. You, Connor, did you vote for Donald? Or sorry, are you Christian?
Oh,
I should have known. I should have known. Yo, what's up? Are you Christian?
Yo, you talking to me?
Yeah. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Why are you Christian?
I think the reason that I'm going to have more to do with private revelations. So it's not going to be for any scientific reason or anything. But I think I joined you live and you was discussing the LPT with someone. And I just wanted to ask you if you wanted to maybe have that discussion. Or what do you think?
Go ahead. Go whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah. So what's your formulation of the LPT? Like, what's your...
Well, like, is there something that you wanted to respond to with that I said?
I wasn't there for the whole conversation. I think I just joined near the end. So, but if you can just please restate the argument or the contention, if that's possible.
The LPE?
Yeah, the LPT. Yeah, like the logical problem of the Trinity. Like, do you think the Trinity is logical?
Okay. I thought you were referencing the logical problem of evil.
No.
The logical problem of the Trinity. So yeah, like essentially, like what I'm running through, with them was here, one second. What I was running through with them was that God is what's it called 100. The Father is 100% God. The Son is 100% God. Yet they have differences.
Yeah. So, okay. So you think that's going to lead into a contradiction, right? Like a problem.
100% God is 100% equivalent to 100% God.
I mean, as a Trinitarian myself, we don't use such language. Like we wouldn't say 100%. We would just say that all the persons are fully God.
Okay, well then, if I ask you the question, you should be able to answer: is God the Father 100% God?
Yeah, God the Father is fully God. Yeah.
Yeah, is God the Son, right? 100% God.
Yeah, God the Son is fully God. Yeah.
Then what's the contention?
So do you think that's going to be like 3 gods or 2 gods? Is that what you trying to entail here? Is that your entailment? I mean, for example, let's say
either they're different gods or they're different parts of a god.
So myself, when I say Jesus is God or the Father is God, we would take that is as a relative identity statement. Are you familiar with relative identity?
Yeah, someone tried to bring it up earlier. I'm confused how that's gonna respond to what I'm saying. Do you want to explain why it's gonna be better or why it's gonna make sense?
Yeah, to put it in simple terms so that the audience can also keep up, is relative identity just says this. It says that two things can be the same in one respect, but different in another. An example could be that, let's say you're with your friend and
So it's like
someone
a trait.
says,
So is God a trait?
no, not more like not a trait. So okay, let me give an example so maybe you can understand it. Someone can, let's say you're hanging around with your friend and someone says, you guys act exactly the same, right? You wouldn't now say that that person is making.
You're saying same within that one respect. So you're saying they're the same within the context of being God.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not the same within other attributes.
So they're not the same in context of personhood. So we would say that the Father's not the same person as the Son, because
Like,
we
think of it
believe
this
that.
way: like I'm 100% human, you're 100% human. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're both different people, right?
Yeah. So we can say that we would be. Yeah. So we would be the same.
Human is a trait we have.
I would say
is God a trait that God has?
No, I believe humanity is a universal, which we both instantiate. So we particularize the universal of humanity. So we're going to be instantiations of that one universal. Because within my worldview, within my paradigm, I'm going to be an Aristotelian realist. So I take universals to be rule things, which would just be particularizations of, of particulars or instantiations. Yeah. So when we say the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit are God, we're saying that they're going to be relatively identical to a sortal. And that sortal is going to be G, God, and that sortal is going to be indiscernible. But then they're going to be distinct in reference to another sortal, and that sortal is going to be discernible, meaning that it supplies a basis for counting. So it tells us what's been counted. So that would be the solution to the LPT.
I don't. So let's clarify where our distinctions are here. Are you saying it's a trait such as like human?
What do you mean by trait? If you can define what you mean by that.
Characteristic.
By characteristics, do you just mean what's unique to each person? So like what's unique to each person, right?
What's up?
So you're just using trait to mean what's unique to each person. What's unique to them, right?
Like a characteristic, a property.
Yeah, so we would say that all the three persons have hypostatic properties. And what that simply is just this. Property which are going to be proper to each of the persons, and they're going to be incommunicable. Incommunicable meaning that the Father can't have what the Son has in reference to their personal properties. Hopefully that makes sense.
You're saying they can't have. I'm confused how that's like a response to what I'm really like. Maybe I'm not following. Maybe I'm not tracking. That could be possible. I don't think that's true.
I mean, are you familiar with RI literature and what is like?
I'm not very familiar with literature, but like I'm asking a very specific question though. Like so like when I understand you're saying that like I asked you like, is it a trait? Is it an attribute?
Yes, so they're going to be distinct in regards to the hypostatic properties. Yes. So each of them have unique properties that's proper to them and not to the other. Yeah, you can say that loosely.
No, I'm not saying if they have unique properties. I'm saying, is God a property?
No, God is not going to be a property, of course. No.
No, it's not. What is God?
God is a being.
A being. What is a being?
A being would just. I mean, you can just say a being is that which is. Just
existence.
Yeah, being.
So God is existence. That's all you said.
Yeah, I hold to absolute divine simplicity. So I believe that God's essence is his existence. So yeah.
So no. Okay, so you're just saying no. I was asking what is God, and you just said God is existence.
I mean, are you just asking me to give you like a definition or account of what God is? I mean, God is just going to be a being who has maximal properties, a maximal being, like the trifecta properties, such as omnipresence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, and etc. I don't. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so it's a being with these set of properties.
Yeah.
A set of properties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you are 100% God, you maintain all of those attributes.
Yeah, because when it comes to God, there's going to be two sets of properties.
Are
Properties.
those attributes changing?
No, of course not. No.
Do they differ?
In reference to what? What do you mean differ?
Like could I say that something is God and something is God and it's going to have different attributes?
Something is God and something is God and have different attributes. I mean, when we speak of God, we're speaking of the essential properties or the set of properties which makes that thing God. So, no, if X is God and Y is God, then that would mean that they have the same essential set of properties, which would be indexed to the divine essence.
So to clarify, God the Father and God the Son have the same set of properties.
Yes, set of essential properties which would be indexed to the divine essence. Yes.
So okay, so but you were saying that they might have more properties than just the divine essence.
It's not going to be more properties because there's going to be properties proper to persons and properties proper to essence. Right. So an example, properties proper to essence, I can give you one. Omnipresence.
So then you're saying God, and then
Yes.
God plus this.
No, there's not.
So
it's
God then in and of itself becomes an attribute.
No. It's not going to be like a tertum quid, like a third thing being produced. That's completely false. No, we're going to say that there's one being, and within the one being, there's three modes of subsistences: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, because each of them subsists differently within this one being. So yeah.
Okay, so I guess what you have an issue with clarifying is what God would be in this context, right? And whether or not it would be like a property or whether or not it would be an attribute of God, or I mean of a being, or whether or not it is in reference to a particular being in itself.
Like, okay, so when I use relative identity within oral literature, there's going to be two things: a sortal, an indiscernible sortal, and a discernible sortal. So what a sortal does is that it quantifies the object, or it provides a criteria of an object, right? It doesn't act as a property. What the sortal tells us is the sameness relation between X and Y. Okay, X and Y are going to have the sameness relation qua the sortal, G.
Yeah, it has that set of properties. So it's a certain thing that has a set of properties. I understand. It's a certain thing that has a set of properties. You're saying it's not acting as a set of property because it's a certain thing with a set of properties. Okay, well then what I'm also saying is that if you're referencing both of them, the set of properties would be distinct.
Yeah, so there's
you're referencing and using God.
Yeah. See, because relative identity allows us to do this. It allows us to say that there's going to be.
I think you're referencing. Actually, that means you're referencing two separate words that are
what do you mean
two separate identity states.
No. Because the identity is going to be accounted for by the one sortal, by which we're saying X and Y are identical.
No, there'd be two of them.
Because
there would be, because one would be in reference to the Father, and the other would be in reference to the Son.
Because the sortal, which we're saying there's going to be a sameness relation to, is going to be indiscernible.
Because they have different sets of conditions.
No. They're going to have the same set of essential properties, right? But they're going to have distinct hypostatic properties, which have nothing to do with essence. Therefore, it still maintains.
Wait. What do you mean by essence? All you're referring to is a certain set of similar properties, but a certain set of similar properties isn't indicative of anything. Like we have a certain set of similar properties, but we have certain distinct properties that then make us individual beings.
Yeah, we can just to make
and the same thing would be true in that context.
Yeah, just to make it easier. An essence is just going to be what something is. So all the three persons are going to have the same whatness, and this whatness is going to be accounted for under the sortal G.
Did I talk to you earlier?
No. This is my first time speaking to you. God is my witness. I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay.
But I think I know you were talking about. But yeah, so the whatness is going to be accounted for under the sortal G, and this sort is going to be indiscernible. Indiscernibility just means when two things are identical, then they must share the same properties. So we're saying that the Father and Son share the same oneness, are going to be relatively identical to the sortal, but the difference, or the real distinction, is going to be invoked by the sortal, which is discernible, which is going to allow, which is going to give us a basis for counting, right? Different persons. So that's what relative identity is. Peter Geach, Nicholas Griffin, Richard Rowley, all these philosophers, Peter Ebon Wagon, use relative identity to solve the quote-unquote LPT.
Okay. Say they claim it solves it. I don't think that would be true in this context. We're just referencing this at least in the way that you described it. Because again, right, what you're not understanding is that if you're referencing like what was the specific term you used?
Sortal?
It was like yes, a sortal. Yeah. So that's a certain like condition in which, or it's going to have a set of conditions, right?
Set of properties. Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah. And would you agree that when referencing the Father and the Son, if that's a term that is sortal, is a term that we can use to reference?
No. The Father and Son are not going to be sortals. No, they're going to be, you could say, individual constants, which were indexing identity to a sortal. So an individual constant within logic is just going to be named for specific things.
For specific, is a sortal not a specific thing?
No, a sortal. A
sortal would be like, oh wait, okay. I'm not understanding. So like the Father and Son are specifics. Are you saying a sortal is just the God is in reference to God?
Yeah, so you can just say that a sortal tells us what's been spoken about. You know, it's easy, just to make it simple. So a sortal tells us what's being spoken about. It provides the criteria of identity. So a sortal G tells us that this sortal or this thing is going to be God, is going to be indiscernible. And it tells us that this individual constants, Father and Son, are relatively identical to the sortal, qua sortal.
So when you say relatively identical, be clear with what you mean there. Like, are you saying identical within certain attributes but not others?
So identical in one way. All I'm simply saying is that
like in one way, like they're both human.
Yeah. So exactly. You can use the example. Yeah, an example would be you and I.
Yeah, I understand, but that's an example of a trait where you both have the same trait. So you're saying that they have the
a trait. What do you mean, like characteristics?
That's hold up. Let me finish. So you're saying that they have the same certain set of baseline essential properties.
Yeah,
that would require them to be God.
Yeah.
Okay. They both have so then God, right, is just a term in reference to a certain set of conditions. It's not a term in reference to a person.
What does that mean? I don't understand what you just said. Term. What do you mean by term?
Is God in reference to a person?
Is God in reference to a person
or a being?
So what are you trying to ask me?
Is God in reference to a person or a being? That's all I'm asking.
Is God in reference to a person or a being? Well, I mean, okay. Let's try to disambiguate what you're trying to say. Is God in reference to a person or being? God is a being within which there exists persons.
So when we're using the term God, it's in reference to a being.
When we speak of God, we're speaking of a being. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If we're speaking of God, we're speaking of a being. Then we're not speaking of what's it called? Like a certain set of conditions.
I mean,
you're in reference to a specific being. Then if they have different attributes, you'd be referencing two separate beings then.
But okay, when we speak of a being, when we speak of a human being, we're speaking of a thing which satisfies the set of properties required for something to be a human being, correct?
So if you're referencing a being, it's not just going to be like some essential attributes, right, that are then going to identify like a trait of humanity.
Well,
right, or like
okay,
like
but
an overlapping trait where we can have differences alongside it.
Yeah, but
if it's in reference to a being, then I don't see how you could say it could be in reference to like there could be like differences in that being.
But I'm
still the same being.
Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about when we say someone is a human being, we're saying that they have the necessary or essential set of properties which makes them a human being. We can agree to that, right? Okay, so when we speak of God, we're also speaking of a being which meets or has the necessary or the essential set of properties which makes him God. Right. So
I understand in the same way that human is a trait.
What do you mean? But humanity is a trait? What do you mean?
Yeah, humanity is a property.
A property?
A property of a being.
I mean,
like a part of a being.
I would say humanity in of itself, in my position, is going to be a universal, but human being is going to be a predicate. You can.
So me being human is a part of me.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Me in of itself, like the being in of itself, is not 100% human, right? It would be human plus other attributes. Does that make sense?
I mean, I would say
if you categorize from a net basis the entirety of the being, it's not just that I'm human plus other attributes.
I would probably just reject that, because for me, what makes a human is going to be namely composite of body and soul. So if you're talking about traits, for example, are you saying that one is not going to be a human being if they don't have the trait of humor? Or
am I just a human, or am I is there more to me than just being a human?
No, you are just a human being. Yes.
There's nothing more to me than being a human.
I mean, what? I mean, if you're referring to your
no other attributes of me.
Oh, you're probably referring to your accidental properties, which makes you Parker. Yeah, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
But your accidental properties
me being Parker is my being, right?
No, your accidental properties have nothing to do with you being a human being. No.
Okay, so I'm not saying they have to do. I'm saying they're attributes of defining who I am.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that what makes you Parker is going to be your personality and the fact that you're a human being, and you're taking these things in conjunction with each other and saying what I am is okay. I get you. Yeah,
and I'm trying to do that for God too. What is God?
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit different.
Or who is God in this sense?
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit different with God, because I hold a position that we're not going. So for God, there's no real distinction in terms of its essence and existence, right? We're going to say that they're identical to him. So it's not the same for God in my position, if that makes sense. So what is God is just going to be, God is a being. God
no, let's clarify who.
Oh, who God is? Perfect. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay, so it's those set of baseline characters. Maybe we're getting a little bit in the weeds here. I think we're confusing ourselves.
Maybe we are. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably something that when we reflect back on this conversation, we'll be like, this probably would have been better for clarifying. But, I don't right now see a way where we can clarify this to each other.
But yeah, so do you think? Yeah, I mean, that's how the LPT solved. To be fair,
I don't think that's a solve to it though. Like,
I mean, you haven't, in all honesty and respect, you haven't really brought an argument against what I said. I mean,
I've given you a response. I think that's disingenuous. So
you just been asking questions. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I mean, what's
questioning.
What's the reductio?
I'm not necessarily providing a reductio. I'm asking questions to clarify the view, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I feel like it's a linguistic dispute, our perspectives here.
No, I mean,
and I'm just saying I don't think that this language can be used to define what's it called? Define. I think what your view essentially is going to reduce down to is that you're referencing parts of God.
No,
when you're referencing the Father and the Son.
Yeah,
that's what you're gonna have to reduce down to.
No, that's not what RI is. No, it doesn't reduce the persons to parts.
That's why this is a linguistic or like.
I mean, what would be the argument for you to say that it reduces it to parts?
Yeah, because you're referencing a being, right?
Okay.
You're referencing the being like of God. God being a being, not God being like a trait as applicable to a being.
God is not a trait. That's the point. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. He's a being, right? So if you're referencing a being in of itself, if there is a being is 100% identical to that its own being.
We do say that God equals God is going to be reflexive. Yes.
God so then there is no, if there is a difference, well, then you're referencing a different being.
I mean, persons and essence are not the same thing. There's going to be a distinction.
You're referencing two different entities that you're saying are God, meaning that they are both beings, right?
When you say entity, what do you mean? What?
The Father, the Son.
They exist within the one entity. Lol. They're not going to be two different
What do you
entities.
mean within location-wise? Because
No,
they are
subsistence.
distinct.
No, because an entity is just going to be that
Saying
which,
Father and the Son is indicating a distinction.
yeah, which is going to be a relative opposition, yes, but which has nothing to do with the essence. When we say that the Father and Son are distinct, we're speaking of a
That doesn't make
relation of
sense if they're
opposition.
beings. I don't understand. I don't understand
No,
what you're
no,
saying in reference
it's,
to beings.
no. When we say Father and Son are distinct, we're not saying that they are two different beings. That's false. No Trinitarian is going to tell you that. So I don't know. Maybe you have the wrong understanding of what
I understand you're
Trinitarians
saying
believe.
3 persons in one being. I understand. No one's going to say that. But what I'm saying is that, like, if you have differences, right, in the context of persons, I don't see how that's any different than saying that there's 2 beings.
Wait, what did you say? You cut out. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I don't understand how saying 2 different. Okay, when you're saying 2 persons, I don't
Yes.
see how that's any different than saying 2 beings.
I mean, a person. Okay, what do you think a person to be?
What do I take a person to be?
Yes.
That would be it's actually in reference to you, right? You're saying the persons of God. When you say the persons of God, right, and you say persons of God and their being, I guess you ask me what a being is, but I wasn't saying person in reference to like your persons of the Trinity.
Wait, so yeah, but what do you take a person to be? What's your definition of a person?
Well, I'm critiquing your position, so I was using it in reference to like what yours was.
Okay, so how do you think I define a person?
I'm not quite clear. I would have clarified.
So you just been going off a definition that you didn't.
Yeah,
know.
I go off of what the Christian's definition is. Yes,
but you don't know the Christian definition because I just asked you for it.
I do know the Christian definition.
Okay,
but
what is the Christian definition?
I don't know in the context of this conversation specifically what you would be referencing, and I think what would be most important to reference in this conversation would be what you are referencing, so that we can have that dialogue about what you are referencing.
So okay, so you know the Christian definition of a person, but when being asked for it, you do not know the Christian definition of a person. Okay, but the way
I can refer to what I typically understand to be the Christian definition of person,
which is
so when a Christian is defining person, right, they're going to be defining a distinct entity in which is going to meet the criteria of being a god. That's typically how I understand how they're referencing person.
That's not what a person
in the context
is,
of the Trinity.
That's false. Yeah, that's
then clarify how you're using it.
Okay,
that's how I've understood it in conversations that I've had with people. Now, would you like to provide with a specific way that you're using it?
Of course. I'm just going to give you the belief in definition, which is going to be an individual subsistence of a rational nature. So the
repeat that. You said it and it wasn't really clear.
Okay, an individual subsistence of a rational nature, which is the Boethian definition. Boethius.
Individual subsistence of a rational nature.
Yes.
What do you mean by subsistence?
Subsistence, we're just talking about. It just means that which subsists in a substance. So the 3 persons subsists in a rational substance.
When I asked you what subsistence is, you can't use subsist in it. That doesn't really make it very clear.
You can just say that. You can just say subsist. I mean, I think it's going to be primitive, but subsist just means to be in something. Just to make it simple.
To be in something. So
yeah.
So your definition of person is individual in something.
Individual subsistence of rational nature, and then you asked me to define.
Yeah, I asked you what subsistence is to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, subsistence is just going to be primitive. I don't think you can further atomize it. Like you just subsist, bro. That's it.
You don't have a clarifying term,
bro. You know what it means to subsist in something, bro.
I'm asking how you're using it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So when we say that the persons are individual subsistence,
He's laughing at me saying I know what it is, but he can't tell me a word that you could use to compare it to.
Look, in this context, we're talking about the persons. So the Father, Son, Holy Spirit are going to subsist or exist within one rational being.
So subsist, exist?
The 3 persons are going to
individual
subsist.
Existence of a rational nature. Is that the way you're going to use it?
Yeah, now you're just being...
I'm just clarifying.
What
do you mean by subsistence if it's not existence then?
Bro, deep down, you know you're doing, bro, you know what you're doing, but it's fine. Okay, so it's
I don't know what you mean by I know what I'm doing. I'm just clarifying the term.
I don't think we even have to, bro. It just means to look. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are individual subsistences, which just simply mean that they are within a substance. That's it.
So subsistence is surviving within a substance?
Who said the word surviving? No way.
Sorry, clarify. Just repeat. I apologize. I must have read a comment on accident.
Okay, so a subsistence, to put it simply, when we're speaking about the persons, it just means that the persons are within the one being. Within the one being. So the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are within the one being, the one rational being, which is God.
Okay, so within the being.
Yeah, within the one.
So personhood is in reference to a being.
No. What? Person? Person
subsistence is not in reference to being?
Of course not, because the subsistence subsists in a being, meaning that there's going to be a distinction between what being is and what a person is. So now that we got
yeah,
this
I
out
understand
the way,
you're saying that there's a distinction between being and a person, but I just need to be clear what subsistence is.
I already explained it to you, bro.
But I thought it was saying in reference to a being. I thought you were saying that subsistence is a being in this context.
No. Look, a being is just that which is, and a person is an individual subsistence of a substance of rational nature. You can say that. But
Dude, I'm sorry. It's actually really hard to like make out what you're saying sometimes. I don't know. You could maybe I'm used to speaking to people who are American, and it's hard for me to understand a British accent. I actually genuinely think that might be the case.
But yeah, look. Just to put it simply, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are within the one being. That's it. Now, can we move on? Do you have an argument against that?
Father, Son, Holy. Wait, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Restate that.
Yeah. So Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. When we say that they subsist, we just mean that they are within the one being. So now, do you have an argument against all right?
They exist within words within. Sorry.
Yeah, they are within the one being. Do you have a reductio? Yes.
An individual within the rational nature.
Do you want to stay here
of a rational individual within a rational nature?
Do you have a reductio, an argument against it? All right.
Wait. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, are you saying individual with a rational nature? Is that what you're trying to say?
But no, I don't. I mean, a person. Look, a person is just. I think because it seems like you're finding it hard to understand what I'm saying. Just
I was just clarifying. Are you said within, like, so individual within a rational nature?
Just think of a thing which has rationality. That's it, bro. Because you're just okay. Now, do you have an argument against relative identity? Yes or no?
Something that has rational nature. That's a person.
Do you have an argument? Yes or no?
Okay, so if you're saying something that has a rational nature, right? Okay. What's your definition of being? I think that's what we need to clarify next.
That which is. Okay, so seems like you don't have an argument.
Well, I just need to clarify this right before. What's being? What's a being?
Just that which is.
That what is?
No, that which is. Yeah.
That which
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So a person would be a being, right?
No, there's going to be a distinction between a person and a being, because when we speak of being,
is. Wait.
Because the definition of person.
That which is. The Father and the Son are different, right?
Because they subsist.
No.
Yeah, they subsist within the one being. Yeah, they're not going to be different beings.
So that which is. Okay. So to clarify, that which is, right? That which is. So you're just saying in of itself existence, right? So they both share existence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the scholastics. Okay. What usually the scholastics do is that they use being and existence interchangeably. That's it. So just you can think of being as existence.
Use being and existence interchangeably.
Yes.
Do the Father and Son both exist?
Yeah, they both.
They both exist, right?
Existence. Yeah, they both share the one existence. Yeah, they exist within the one being.
They both share the one existence.
Yep.
So, one existence. Can one existence have? Okay, so you're saying the one existence can have differences in their qualities. So the being has different qualities to itself.
But
to its
what do you
own
mean
being.
by what do you mean by quality?
The Father and Son have different qualities, right?
What's the qualities that they
So
have?
a being
Different.
can have different qualities to itself, right?
What's the? I mean, what qualities would you be referring to?
Well, the Father and the Son have different qualities, right? Like one's
Which one?
human, the other one's not.
Whoa. No. Look. Because now you're bringing
So
up
the
the.
Father's human?
Look, now you're bringing up the incarnation.
Is the
Right.
Father human?
No. But if
Okay, so to clarify, the
it's going
Father
to.
isn't human. And
It's
so
going
they have different qualities. Okay, but they're the same being. So a being can have different qualities to itself.
Yeah, it's just going to go back to relative identity, which I'm happy. Look, very simple. So if you're referring by qualities, if you mean the hypostatic properties, we're just going to say that the persons are going to be distinct qua a sorto, and that sorto is going to be personhood. So
So
that's
a being isn't identical to its own being?
Are you just like making stuff up? Or
Is a being identical to its own being?
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Father and Son have the same being, right?
Yeah.
So then why do they have different qualities then? They're not identical.
I think you're doing a categorical error. So you're collapsing what's proper to persons to what's proper to the essence, right? Because remember, we believe that God is his existence. So God's essence is his existence. So when we speak of the whatness, they're going to share the same thing. But when we speak of the who-ness, they're going to be distinct. And I already said the distinction is going to be qua-sortal personhood. So do you have an argument, yes or no? Just seems like you don't have an argument.
Repeat the last part. I got God's existence is essence is his own existence. You said what right after?
Yeah, so the whatness of all the three persons are going to be the same, but the who-ness is going to be distinct. So do you have an argument, yes or no?
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, I said that the whatness of all the three persons is the same, but the who-ness is
So
distinct.
the whatness of all the three persons is the same, but the who-ness is different.
Yeah, the hypostatic properties, yeah.
Okay. All right. So again, I think we had that earlier. I don't know how that changes what we're referencing though.
Okay, so you don't have an argument, right?
So a being isn't identical to its own being was the question that we were having earlier.
Which I said yes.
So
a being is going to be identical.
Both of them have a shared being. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
A shared existence? But their existence is different.
How? What's the argument?
Okay, so their existence is the same.
Yes.
Okay. So, if their existence is the same, then how do they have different qualities? Because you and me have different existence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're both human.
Yep.
But we have different existence.
Yes.
Okay, so we have that shared quality, but it is the case that we are different beings.
Yes. So so the reason, so you're committing a categorical error, which is the categories in question are going to be essence, right? Properties proper to essence, and properties proper to personhood. So when we say that the persons are distinct, we're saying that they're going to be distinct in what's unique to them, the hypostatic properties. But the hypostatic properties have nothing to do with the essence.
Have nothing to do with their essence. So so God is the essence. The essence. You're saying they have difference in what? Can you define hypostatic properties?
Hypostatic properties would just be idiosyncratic or unique properties indexed to each person.
Unique properties to each person?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying they can have the same
essence?
Wait, repeat it. They have the same essence with different unique properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so you're essentially just saying they can both be God but have different properties. That's not actually responding to what I'm saying.
No. So there's going to be two
You're
sets
just
of
claiming that they can have different properties.
No. There's going to be two sets of properties as already. For example, you and me both share the same essential set of properties to me, which makes us human. But we also have another set of properties which makes us who we are. So you have accidental properties such as your hair, your height, your eye color, your skin tone. But look, that means that it's going
When
to
you're
be
referencing me as a human, are you referencing me as a being?
no, because you're not identical to your existence.
No, you're not.
You're not identical
But
to your
when you're
existence.
referencing God, you are referencing its being, right?
Of course, because God is pure act, and you're
So
not.
then why are you comparing these properties given that you see them as distinct?
Who's comparing what? What do you mean? What are you saying?
When you are using the term human, you're not in reference to specifically my being, but you are in reference to using the term God, you are in reference to the being.
Yeah, because remember, Parker told you that God is going to be identical to his existence, but as creatures, we're not identical to our existence. We're going to be composed of
Hold
active
on. Let's
potency.
clarify. When you say Parker, you are in reference to a being, right?
I'm referencing your who-ness, who you are. Parker's who you are. What you are is a human being.
Yeah, I understand.
There you go.
What I am is a human being, along with other attributes. Okay, I'm confused what your point is with that. Like I understand. So you're saying who they are is God the Father and God the Son, but what they are is God.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Okay.
You have an
All
argument?
right. Yeah.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
hold on, let me clarify. What is God? Okay. All right. I think we might be trying to get somewhere here. Okay. So you're the what's your difference here in terms of who-ness and whatness that is saying that, like, in one sense there can be distinctions without making a distinction in being, but in the other there can be a distinction without there being a distinction in being?
Because within Trinitarian doctrine, the distinction is going to arise in the relations of origin, so how each person proceeds from one another. But the main thing is this: is that just because there's opposition in relation, it does not violate simplicity or does not violate God being one being, because relations do not modify the subject, but rather modifies the order of the subject. So they can be really distinct, but that distinction does not carry over to the essence.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's say that there was like a multiverse and there were Parkers in different multiverses. Are we the same person?
The part, what do you mean?
Are we the same person?
You and me?
No, the different me and all the other different Parkers. Are we the same person?
I don't hold to possible world semantics, but if, for example, that sounds like a transworld, transworld indiscernibility. Do you know what that is?
I'm just asking for the same person. Can you answer? Are we
Yeah.
this? Do we have the same being? Do we have the same being?
Look. Yeah. Wait. Answer my question. Wait, I'm gonna answer.
We have different. Can you just be clear? We have different being.
Okay, so under a transworld indiscernibility model, which is what David Lewis held to as a modal realist, transworld indiscernibility just states that X and Y are going to be counterparts within different possible worlds, but they're going to be indiscernible, meaning that a counterpart is just the same thing or a similarity, right?
I think you're just yapping. Can you tell me? Do we have the same? Do we have different being?
Yeah. Under a transworld indiscernible
Yes,
model,
we do have different. I'm asking to you. Do we have different being?
Yes, under a transworld
Okay,
indiscernible
great.
model, you're gonna have the same being. Yeah.
Thank you. We have different being, right?
No. I said same.
Different. We have different attributes, yet we're both Parker.
Bro, I said yes. Wait.
What's up?
I said yes. I said under a transworld indiscernible model, which is David Lewis model. Yes, you'd be the same being.
So the differences between me and the other Parker do make differences in being.
No. Look, bro. This is why I asked you if you know what transworld indiscernibility is. You don't know what that is. So it just shows that
I don't.
Yeah, it just shows that you're clueless. Look, I'm
so clueless for not knowing what that is.
Bro, that's why I'm trying to explain it to you. Look, I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now, would you like to actually explain it?
I've been trying to. Look, okay, perfect. So transworld indiscernibility just states that entity X and Y are going to be counterparts, meaning they're going to be the same. But the indiscernibility is going to range across different possible worlds. So in possible world A, you have entity X, entity Parker. In possible world B, you can have entity Y, Parker. But entity Parker in possible world A and entity Parker in possible world B, they're just going to be counterparts of each other, which are going to be indiscernible, meaning they're going to be the same thing. So yes, under that model, yes, but I don't hold to that model.
Why are you bringing up a model that you don't hold to? I was asking you.
Oh, I mean, I don't hold to possible world semantics. I don't believe possible worlds exist. So I was just like,
oh, okay. So
yeah,
okay,
do you get what I mean? Yeah,
well,
yeah.
then why didn't you tell me that from the beginning? Jesus Christ, dude. So you wouldn't even accept the possibility of a different world.
No,
it's logically impossible.
I'm not a modal realist. Modal realists are the ones who hold that possible worlds do exist. I don't believe that.
No. Are you saying that there is a different set of possible circumstances that could have occurred?
No, I don't believe that.
No. So like, for example, right?
Yeah.
You don't think that, right? I could choose to kick you rather than not kick you.
I don't think that has nothing to do with possible worlds.
Wait. Here. Is there? What do you mean by possible worlds? Is referencing things that could occur.
No, possible. No, that's not what possible
Or
is.
are you referencing possible? Okay, well then you're not referencing hypotheticals. You're referencing multiple dimensions or universes simultaneously coexisting.
Look. Within analytic philosophy, a possible world is
that
just
doesn't necessarily sound like possible worlds. It sounds like worlds that do exist already. Okay.
Look. No. You defined it wrong. A possible world within analytic philosophy is a fully specific way in which the world could have been. That's what a possible world is.
Could have been, yeah, exactly.
Yes,
right. And if we're referencing like a multiverse, we're referencing things that do exist, not could exist.
You said what, sir?
We're referencing things that do exist, not could exist. When we're referencing multiple different universes coexisting.
Look, bro.
So do you understand that's the distinction?
Wait. Oh my goodness, you're conflating. You're conflating hypotheticals with possible worlds, bro. Listen, within possible world semantics, look, possible world semantics just evaluates, right, bro? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm explaining this to you, bro. Oh my gosh.
I have a feeling that like you're just a complete sophist.
Bro, what? I'm teaching you. What are you saying?
You're not teaching me anything. You're yapping, bro. You're like, actually, like, I'm sorry. Like there comes a point, like I can tell the difference between someone who's actually teaching me something and someone who's just yapping. And
bro,
I know that you're just engaging in yapping.
Every single person on this lab can look at your face and can tell that you're clueless.
You think you're brilliant right now, dude, or you're at least trying to present that way.
Parker, I'm still.
And I genuinely can tell the difference between someone that actually understands what they're talking about versus you, bro.
Okay. Can I say something now?
No,
bro. You look at your face. You look clueless. You don't know what to say. I'm still waiting for you to provide an argument against relative identity. You haven't provided it. You've been asking questions. Now we're talking about possible world semantics and how you're conflating hypotheticals with possible worlds. What are you doing? Oh
because I think you're referencing a being.
Yo, bro, what are you?
I think you're referencing a being.
Oh my god, bro, what's the argument? Do you have an argument? Yes or no?
Again, we went over being. That is what which is.
Okay, so you don't have an
which
argument.
is different for the Father and the Son, as the Father is immaterial and the Son is material.
Parker, what's the reductio?
Is the Son material?
Parker, give me a reductio. Stop asking questions.
Is the Son material?
Do you have a reductio? Yes or no?
Is the Son material?
Okay, so you don't have a reductio. Okay.
if you don't want to engage with my questions, you don't have to.
No, don't run away. Don't run away.
Is the Son material?
If I ask this question, are you going to give a reductio?
Is the Son material? Maybe at some point. Is the Son material?
Yes, the Son is a material. Yes. Look at you. You look so clueless.
For sure. Is the Father material?
No, all the three persons are going to be immaterial substances.
No. So what is? What is different for the Father and the Son in terms of them being material? Do you agree?
We don't believe the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are material in the first place, doofus.
You don't. Wait, say that one more time.
You're so silly, bro. Look. Within Trinitarian theology, we do not believe that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are material. We don't believe. Bro, what? Are you serious?
You don't believe the Son is material?
What? Look. Okay. Qua divinity, all the three persons are immaterial.
So wait, you don't think Jesus was material?
Okay, so now you're talking about, yeah, cool. That's why I invoked the qua.
That's the Son, right?
Yeah, Jesus is the Son. So when we
Okay,
speak
so
of
Jesus is material, the Son is material.
look. Okay, so do you want to run away from the relative identity and talk about the incarnation?
Wait, do you want to address that what I just said?
Yeah,
what I just said?
Because now we're talking about the incarnation. Do you want to run away from the LPT?
What did I just say?
Do you want to run away from the LPT, yes or no?
You are really frustrating to talk to be totally honest with you. You are like really testing the patience.
I've been respectful.
Not very much.
Oh, is it because
you want to go back? You want to go back and watch the live? You think you've been respectful in this debate? I think you're insane.
Bro, everyone can tell that you look clueless right now. Look at you. You don't know what to do. You don't know what to say. You have no reductio. You have no argument. I'm still waiting, by the way. I think the audience is waiting as well. Look at you. Why you biting your lips? Yo, this is GG's, bro. It's okay.
You don't think this is disrespectful?
Nah.
That's really funny. That's really funny. I mean, you look clueless. I just want to be genuinely honest. I can hear the fake laugh. Like it sounds like you're trolling almost, right? And honestly, like you've been engaging in a lot of yapping, and we've been trying to poke through the yapping to see what actual views you hold to, right? And that's why I'm asking so many questions. When it comes to when it comes to what the Trinity is and whether or not it's coherent, these are definitional and these are going to be related to what people are saying. When you say like a reductio is going to be related to like a moral view. Okay.
What? Wait.
Reductios are typically referring to moral views. You can use a reductio in the context of a view relating to its truth value as well.
Okay, look, you changed it. You had to change it.
What? I'm just saying it's typically in relation to moral
you have a
views.
reductio, yes or no, bro?
I understand. You don't have to bring a reductio if you're referencing the truth.
Okay,
right?
so
There are oftentimes other questions when you reference the truth of a claim, right? I would have to clarify the language you're using in which you're describing it, especially in the context of a debate about the Trinity, because it's talking about like how you're defining the terms, right? And whether or not that's going to entail like certain contradictions because of that. So that's the point that at least we're bringing up. So when you're referencing being, right?
Do you have a reductio?
You were referencing. You're referencing that which is. Okay.
Okay, so you have no argument. Cool, no problem.
If you don't want me to like engage, I'll just
speak.
end the live for today.
Speak.
That's what I was doing. When you're referencing being, you're referencing that which is, right? So when you reference that which is, you're referencing a set of existence. And if a set of existence has a certain set of properties, right, and another set of existence has a certain set of properties, that's a reference of two separate beings. If you're referencing that which is, because there are two sets of different like conditions.
You don't even know what to say, but listen, when did I ever say that the Father and the Holy Spirit or the Son have different sets of existences? Can you tell me?
So when you say that there are different properties that they have within the set of existence of the Father and the Son, you're referencing two different sets of existence, which under your view would be two beings, because you reference that which is referencing existence.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think hypostatic properties means existence?
So unique properties to each person would indicate different existences.
What?
It's referencing different properties.
Bro, are you and this is why you're making a categorical error. You keep on doing it.
You keep saying that's a categorical. I don't see the categorical error.
Because I already showed you how you and I have two identical sets of properties. So we're both human beings because we both share this essential set of properties of being human. But we're going to have distinct accidental properties, which makes us who we are. Watch this.
I understand. We've already responded to this point.
Wait.
When you're referencing human, you're not referencing that which is. Dude, I don't understand what your point is.
Bro, don't panic.
You're not referencing that which is.
Let me finish. Look, that means, let me ask you a question. Do we have two sets of properties, yes or no?
Do you have two sets of properties?
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question.
Oh, bro.
If you're referencing, hold up. If you're referencing something that is human and something that is not human, are you referencing two different beings, two different existences?
Repeat that again.
If you reference something that is human and something that is not human, are you referencing two different existence?
Not human in what sense? What do you mean? Like it's not a human being? Like an animal?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
of
an
course.
animal and is an animal. Are you referencing two different existences?
It depends what the non-animal is referencing. Like what do you mean by non-animal? What is the non-animal?
You're referencing to another. Wait, it doesn't matter. You're referencing
What?
something.
Of course it matters.
You're
If it's saying
referencing two different existences.
okay, something that's not animal, what is it?
It's like it's a rational entity. Like I'll give you an example.
Bruh.
Like it. Hold up. Okay. So you know, like the one like person that's next to what's his face in SpongeBob, Plankton. You know, Plankton's like PC friend. I forget their name.
Mm-hmm.
So like I would reference like that. You could reference that, and that doesn't have any type of properties as a human being. And then you also have Plankton. We're referencing two different beings when you reference the PC friend that he has and him. You're referencing two different beings.
What's your point? What's your point?
They have different properties. One would be we'll say Plankton's human. One would be human, one's not human.
Okay, what's your point?
God the Father in this circumstance is representative of Plankton's wife.
That's just gonna be disanalogous. No, already, bro. Oh my gosh, bro.
Why is that disanalogous?
You're really slow today. I think you should just stick to Trump debates.
You shouldn't use that terminology.
But look. I already told you that the Father, Son, and Holy
Thank you for the
Spirit.
membership subscription.
Look, I already told you that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are going to have the same exact essential set of properties proper to essence. Do you know what that means?
So like that's like saying that both the computer wife and Plankton have experiences. They met the same criteria of experience, but they also have different properties.
Yeah, that's not the same thing, bro.
Go ahead.
What? That's not the same thing.
Go ahead. Clarify.
Bro, I've clarified like 5 times, bro. You're just acting clueless for no reason. Look,
I'm not acting clueless for no reason. This is genuinely me.
Look, I'm starting to feel sorry for you. I feel bad. Do you have an argument? If you don't have an argument, I will just leave. I will leave you alone. I think this is enough embarrassment for the night. Do you have an argument?
I think we'd have to clarify your position.
Bro, you don't look, bro. I can see it in your face. You have no argument. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about fully.
I know you
That's
don't.
why
I
I'm
know.
trying to clarify.
I think the audience knows this. You look defeated, honestly.
Yeah, because in order to be able to identify contradiction within a view, you have to be clear of what the view is in reference.
Bro, I've been defining my terms for the past like 20 to 30 minutes.
I understand, but like you're a yapper, and I think you've realized that I've got you in a few places, and you're like trying to go back on it. That's why.
Bro, you calling me a yapper? Like,
you
bro,
are.
that's just, look. You're not going to use as an excuse to say that you haven't been able to.
Like, I have a feeling you're like one of those Discord debate bros that is trolling, right? And you don't actually hold to those commitments, and you're just trying to gaslight me into thinking that I'm, like not representing you correctly whenever I was referring to your positions.
Parker, do you have an argument? Yes or no, bro? It's okay. If you don't, it's okay, man. I can leave. Do you have an argument?
Father and son are two different beings.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
They have different existences.
What's the argument? Yeah.
The set of qualities that they have in terms of their being and what is are separate. Meaning that in this sense, one situation, one is human, the other one's not. One is finite, the other one's not.
Yeah, that's just completely false. I already told you that there's going to be two sets of properties, right? And I give you the example how.
Or not finite. I didn't mean to say finite. That was wrong.
Yeah, you're tired, bro. Go to sleep. But I already told you. Look, I asked you the question of do we have two sets of properties? Yes or no? Do you have accidental properties or do you have essential set of properties?
Do I have accidental properties? What do you mean by that?
Accidental properties, just things that you have but you could have lacked. So, for example, an accidental property would be your hair, your skin tone, your eye color.
I could have not had those properties, you mean? Like
Okay.
You mean I could have had a different property?
Yeah, so do you have accidental properties which makes you who you are, which makes you Parker?
Wait, for you don't believe there are accidental properties, right?
What, in God or in us?
In existence, because you don't believe there's any other possible world.
What? Bro, what do accidental properties have to do with possible world semantics?
Well, the way you were defining it was that like you could have had a different property. If there are no other possible worlds, you couldn't have had a different property under your view.
Bro,
right?
it has nothing to do with, bro. Look. Accident, the scholastic definition of an accident is just going to be something that you happen to have but you could have lacked. Or an accident is also that which subsists or inheres in a subject. Right? That's what an accident is.
Restate it one more time.
Okay, an accident is going to be that which inheres in a subject. So, do you have accidental
Restate
properties?
it one more time. I had a hard time focusing on that for some reason.
Oh my goodness, bro. GG's, bro. Yo, GG's. I said accidental properties would just be things which inhere in a subject. Which a subject happens to have but could have lacked. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, could have lacked indicates that there's a possible set of circumstances where they don't have those qualities.
Oh my goodness, bro. Are you trolling?
What does lacked mean?
For example, your hair is going to be an accidental properties because your hair could be shorter. You could be bald, right?
Yeah, meaning that like there is a possible set of circumstances where you are bald.
Bro, it has nothing to do with possible. You could cut your hair right now.
Right, I'm kicking you. You're ridiculous, bro.
Yo,
I'm
GG's,
sorry.
bro.
I'm sorry.
You're
There's
doing
no
terrible.
way. Like, you've got to be trolling, dude.
You're doing terrible.
You've got to be trolling.
Look, you look.
I genuinely, like, I try to be so genuine with you, bro. You're a total troll.
Bro, if you can't listen, if you don't have an argument, it's okay, bro.
All right. Have a good day. Bro's a troll. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Bro's a total troll. John, thank you for the $2. I don't have much more time on the live today, everyone. I think I'm about to get off here. I'll have a few more minutes. I'll answer a few more questions, and I'll probably get off for today. Tomorrow, I'll be back to politics as usual. John, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Nina with the $5. Thank you. Logan, thank you for the $5 in the membership subscription. Irving with the $10. Thank you. A lot of people wanted me to kick him. Jasmine, thank you for the $5. Joe with the $5. Burning, thank you for the $5. Peace with the 10. Ahmad, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. No, I'm tired. I've been on for 4.5 hours on this stream, and then I also did over 3 hours earlier on live with Athena. So I've technically been on for 7.5 hours today. Yeah. All right, everyone. If you have any last questions, you can ask me. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to in the bio, as well as you can ask me over YouTube Super Chat. I'll be answering questions for another minute and 40 seconds or so. Otherwise, I'm going to be getting off. Tomorrow, I will be back on like normal. Sam the Lego Man, I don't think that everyone is a troll. I literally talked to that person for so long. The reason why I think there is a troll is I tried to engage with them for so long. And whenever like I would specifically make a point that they would reference, they seriously would not engage with it. Especially within the context of being the way they were using it. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jennifer. So glad I missed the stream. You can always go back and watch. That's the great thing about YouTube. By the way, everyone, I wish I could react to the Jordan Peterson debate. I can't. It's very unfortunate. I wish I could. I wish I could react to it on live. That'd be so great. I like the debates today. Nice. All right. I think we are at the end here. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. Make sure to check out the video that I posted today. I just posted a video recently. Just posted one. So you can go check it out. Go check it out. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Sam, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I don't like her. But yeah, have a good night, everyone.